Hey, people. How's everybody hanging today? This very fine Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. See some familiar faces out there. Hey, Professor Hizzle. Achilles, re-examination. Good to see you guys. Good to see everybody else out there right now. See, we already have a strong showing in the likes department today. 5 likes, and I haven't even said a word, ladies and gentlemen. I must say, I am rather flattered. But, that being said, the link is out there. Anybody who wants to hop on in the stream, you're welcome to do so. It's pinned at the very top. Figure we'll try a few streams with that kind of format, see how that works out for everybody. But without too much further ado, let's get into our first segment, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, I just want to say before we get into Trump without Trump, shout out to Julie Jesk, I believe is her name. Yeah, Juliet Jesk. Shout out to her for putting out more Trump without Trump content. I was getting worried, folks. I'm not even going to lie. I was getting worried. I was getting nervous. The Trump without Trump, it was going dry. There wasn't new content out there. I was getting really worried about that. But thankfully, we've got more Trump without Trump content to review today, ladies and gentlemen. Some stuff fresh out of the oven. Hate watching from the trans I should change that. I should change my ticker from Join the Frog Revolution to Join the Trans Frog Revolution. Turning the freaking frogs gay! Now they're turning them trans! That's the 2026 edition! Let's watch this video, ladies and gentlemen.
It's Trump without Trump. You won't have to listen to his voice or see his face. This quote is unedited and 100% accurate. This is from the Board of Peace announcement on February 19th, 2026. These are the words of the President of the United States of America. And we are very closely working with the United Nations. In fact, I'm going to speak to the Secretary General in a little while. He's a good man, and I had a good relationship other than to my last speech. They did turn off my teleprompter. I got up there, my teleprompter didn't work. I'm sitting in front of all of you people and more. I had no teleprompter. I knew I was in trouble because I'm walking up, the teleprompters are all over. I had the most beautiful speech ready. It was all set to knock 'em dead. First, I had an escalator that stopped. You know that? It's going up, bump. It's lucky my movie star first lady was in front of me because I put my hand on a certain part of her body and I was able to stop my fall. Because she had no trouble. I said, boy, that was a very sharp stop, Johnny. So I said, that was strange. I've been on a lot of escalators. It's never happened before. Usually it stops very slowly. This was just boom. But our first lady was right in the proper location for me. I was waving to people and she was holding on a little tighter. She knew what was happening. She did. She has a very successful movie out right now, like #1. Can you believe this? And should be worried as a big movie star. And I always say it's trouble because I always say there's not room in one family for 2 stars. I told her that. We can't have 2 stars in one family, so I don't know what that means. But it's not good. But it is good because we're proud of what she did as people in the United States loved the First Lady, and she did the movie and has become the biggest selling documentary in 20 years. Can you believe the theaters are all packed? Women especially. They go back and see it 2 or 3 times. Donald J. Trump.
All right, I'm making
it. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, just in case all of you were wondering what Donald Trump was getting up to with your $10 billion over at the beautiful Board of Peace. The big, beautiful Board of Peace. Let me tell you, I know boards, ladies and gentlemen, and the Board of Peace, it's the most productive board ever in human history. Never has anything ever been done more effectively than at the Board of Peace. This guy just gets on stage and just rambles into nothingness. That's what he does. There goes your $10 billion, ladies and gentlemen. Star power jealousy. That's what it is. You know what? There's a star man. You know what? We need to change that. There's an orange man waiting in the sky. He's going to the island, and we surely don't know why. There's an orange man. There we go. There we go. That's the modern version, ladies and gentlemen. All right, on to the silly segment, folks. You know it. I know it. It's the best segment. Look, I know segments, folks. We got a little bit of musical silly segment here because we were talking about, shopping or whatever his name was on one of my other shows. I figured we'd have a little bit of taste on this channel. Let's check it out. So that's Gongs East by the Chico Hamilton Quintet. Let's give that one more listen uninterrupted. Don't you love you a little bit of Schadenfreude? Don't you love you a little bit of Schadenfreude? I love me a little bit of Schadenfreude. Spooky Bed Hair up in the chat. Lurking out there in the side chat. How's it going, Spooky? Much obliged. Always nice to see you here. Hope you were there in time for my excellent rendition. My parody of David Bowie's Starman. Pretty sure that's David Bowie. Please don't kill me if it's not David Bowie. Big Bad Mama's gonna be up in the comments section within 30. That's not David Bowie. That's actually this other person. Anyways, let's move on to our next segment. This is something that I think everybody's wanted to do at some point in their lives, especially when they're a kid and they see some guy at an intersection with a bike. Gotta love it. You gotta love it.
This kid saw a motorcycle and knew he only had one chance. While they were crossing the street, he noticed the motorcycle waiting at the red light. So he quickly reaches for the handle and gives the throttle a little twist just to hear the engine. Watch this. But right after that, his mom grabs his arm and pulls him back. The kid just smiles like he already completed his mission. Because for 1 second, he got to live his motorcycle dream. If you would have done the same thing, leave a like and subscribe for more.
Hell yeah, I would have done the same thing. Are you kidding me? I think every kid has wanted to do that at some point in life. But how many actually get to? How many actually get to? Sup, Aiden? Sorry I missed it. Hey, it's all good, Spooky. That's what replays are for, my friend. That's definitely not an overt attempt to try and double down and double dip on that watch time when it comes to these videos. Not at all, Spooky. That's a natural interaction. That just happened right there. No, for real, though. It was funny. I thought it was funny anyway. Go check it out if you want. I enjoyed it. Moving on to our next segment that we've got here. Is it war or isn't it war, folks? Let's find out.
Is it war? World War I.
War.
Correct. World War II.
War.
Correct. The Vietnam War.
War.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carl. That was a congressionally authorized counteroffensive. Don't worry, we get right back on track with the Korean War.
War.
No, that was police action.
No, they had tanks and stuff.
Well, the police have tanks now, don't they, Carl? Okay, the First and Second Iraq War.
War.
They identify as military action. It's a bit like pronouns, except we kill people. All right, how about Libya?
War.
I'm sorry, that was kinetic action, not a war. Venezuela.
Well, it was a act of war, I think.
No, I'm sorry,
Nope.
that was a law enforcement operation, not a war. Iran.
It's a war. We're doing war things.
No, not war things. Preemptive retaliatory de-escalation action.
No, that's not.
Preemptive retaliatory de-escalation action. That's gotta be the best fucking one out of all of them. Like, at least kinetic action kind of sounds like something from like a fucking science fiction movie. We're currently enacting kinetic action against the Martian forces that are massing against Terra as we speak. And you cut to like a giant fucking fleet of like spaceships that are massing in Earth orbit in order to defend the planet. Like, that sounds cool. But preemptive retaliatory just sounds like schizophrenic. That sounds like, yeah, I went and punched that guy in the face because he looked at me funny. It's like, that's not very, I don't know. I don't know. It's not the best one, as far as I'm concerned.
Not a thing.
All right, judges. Okay, how about the war on terrorism?
War.
No,
It's
it was
gotta
a
be war.
coalition-led conditional operation. How about Afghanistan?
But it had war in the name, though! But it literally had war in the name. Nope, not a war, guys. Just because it had war in the name, it's all about branding, folks. If you don't have proper branding, then you may as well just walk away, alright? There's not even a point if you don't have proper branding.
Afghanistan was the war on terror.
No, I'm sorry, that was a pre-authorized defense stabilization initiative.
Okay, can somebody tell me the rules here?
War on poverty, Carl.
Poverty, that's not even
I'm
a thing.
sorry, I
you can-
hate to do this to you. It was a trick question. We don't have poverty in the United States. The Dow went up to 50,000. Couldn't even get that high. Amazing. Don't even
Oh my gosh. Simply the best. Simply the very finest, folks. Don't even question it.
worry about the Epstein files. War on Christmas.
The coffee cup thing? No, that's not a war.
There's a war for the soul of the nation and whether or not I can wish my children Merry Christmas. Okay.
You remember the war on Christmas? Any of you guys remember that? I remember people like freaking Josh Fierstein. Hey guys, what's going on? Josh Fierstein here. I remember him going, you know, the red Starbucks cup right now, what it represents, when you really think about it, the red Starbucks cup represents the horrible blood that is the soul of this nation being drained away right now in real time, guys, and that's why you need to subscribe to Josh Fierstein Live. I remember.
Okay, you know what? I quit. I don't want to do this anymore.
Today's magical phrase, Carl, you just became a United States Congressman. Congratulations, Representative Carl. Merry Christmas.
It's March.
Well, okay, happy Hanukkah. Welcome back to Is
Oh, goodness. Oh, that tickled my fancy just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Hold on. Uno momento, por favor. Because I do have another segment here. However, I want to play the video associated with the segment before I launch into the brief associated article that comes with the segment. Let me just double check here. Going through the 30,000 articles that I got. Gonna find me the one that has the Trump quote, or maybe not. I don't know if I'm gonna find it. It might not be here. But that's okay, because at the end of the day, they're gonna call me a queer anyway. Anyways, I couldn't find it. I could not, in fact, find it. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna pull the associated article with it anyway, because even if we don't have the video, you're more than welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to go and try and find that video for yourself. Let's see. Anyways, to read the article, Trump lashes out at Fox News reporter for asking stupid question about claims Russia is helping Iran target U.S. troops. Russia has helped Iran locate U.S. ships and aircraft, according to a recent report. Donald Trump blasted a Fox News reporter on Friday for asking what the president said was a stupid question about recent reporting suggesting Russia is helping Iran target the U.S. in the ongoing conflict. When correspondent Peter Doocy asked the president about the report during an unrelated White House event, Trump grew visibly annoyed. "That's an easy problem compared to what we're doing here," the president said. "Can I be honest? It's just, I have a lot of respect for you. You've always been very nice to me. What a stupid question that is to be asking at this time. We're talking about something else." Later Friday, MS Now anchor Chris Hayes defended Doocy's question, using a mocking tone to highlight Trump's apparent irritation about being asked about the war during a White House event on college sports. "You're asking me about war," Hayes said. "About our American service." I'm pretty sure he's trying to mock Trump, so I'm going to try to do somebody else trying to mock Trump here. Let's try and do that. "About our American service members being targeted by an adversary at a time like this when I'm trying to solve the transfer portal." Trump officials have either downplayed or refused to comment on the reporting from the Washington Post, which quoted unarmed officials saying Russians were engaging in a quote-unquote comprehensive effort to help Iran locate U.S. assets, including warships and aircraft. "We don't comment on intelligence reports that are leaked to the press," White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, thank you so much, Peter, told Fox News earlier on Friday. Whether or not this happened, frankly, it does not really matter, because President Trump and the United States military are absolutely decimating the rogue Iranian terror regime. And I'm going to call them Iranian because they call them Iranian, not Iranian, because that's just the level of knowledge and understanding that I would expect to have a foreign culture be given by this current White House administration. "Oh, we should give respect. We're at war with them right now." It's like, yeah, but like, aren't you trying to negotiate with them at the same time? Doesn't that kind of necessitate a certain level of respect if you are quote unquote negotiating with them? I don't know. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said U.S. forces are quote unquote tracking everything when it comes to intelligence threats surrounding the conflict with Iran. Quote, "Our commanders are aware of everything," he told 60 Minutes. "We have the best intelligence in the world. We're aware of who is talking to who, why they're talking to them, and how accurate the information might be." When pressed if that means President Trump will bring the alleged aid with Russian President Vladimir Putin, Hegseth praised Trump's diplomatic skills. "President Trump, as people have seen, has a unique relationship with a lot of world leaders. When he can get things done that other presidents, certainly Joe Biden, never could have," Hegseth said. You know, that's true. Joe Biden never did, in fact, saber rattle with other countries as hard as Donald Trump has. That is true. That is true. Joe Biden never could have accomplished this much buffoonery in the amount of time that Donald Trump has. And that's pretty impressive given what a bumbling idiot Joe Biden is at this point. Like, being worse than Trump is something that you really do actively have to go out of your way in order to accomplish at this point in time. It really does seem. Do John Lennon trying to be Donald Trump. Mike Tyson would be more funny. Mike Tyson.
Look, folks. All right, I got the most beautiful policies that you could possibly imagine, folks. All right, simply the most beautiful. You just can't simply imagine the kind of policies that you're gonna be dealing with when you got me in office, folks.
Dude, Sarah Silverman. I don't know her well enough. And John Lennon, I'll tell you what, you remind me that one later. But I just gave you Mike Tyson, all right? I can't give you them all at once. All right? If I give them all at once, that's playing my hand. All right? I can't give you the whole hand all at once. That's no way to play the game. How did you think I did with the Mike Tyson one, by the way, people? Let me know. How horribly racist was the Mike Tyson bit that I just did right there? Dude, I love how Biden spoke at Jesse Jackson's funeral, saying that he was a lot smarter than most of the attendants. Yeah. Yes, indeed, re-examination. All right, moving on to the next segment. So we had Trump lashing out at a Fox News reporter right there, just because that person was being critical of him. Seems like there's a little bit of an established pattern of this guy being very critical. Uno momento, por favor. I'm just going to go shut my door because my neighbor has decided this is the time to run their snowblower. I mean, fair enough, you know. Better now than early in the morning, as far as I'm concerned. Better now than early in the morning. But we're starting to see the cracks widen, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you remember, but a couple of shows ago, I predicted that this would be the case. That these little cracks, these little fissures that we're starting to see within the MAGA movement are beginning to widen. And we have yet another name to add on to the maelstrom of other names that I've provided throughout this show's short history of people that have alienated themselves from Trump's second administration, much in the same vein as the first administration, might I add. It's almost like this guy has a chronic pattern of being unworkable with people. But no, I'm sure it's everybody else. It's not Trump. Trump ousts Tucker Carlson from MAGA. Donald Trump has publicly declared Tucker Carlson is no longer part of the MAGA movement, citing the former Fox News host's criticisms of recent U.S.-Israel strikes on Iran. Carlson, while expressing frustration with Trump, responded that he would quote-unquote always love him, despite the rebuke. The split underscores growing fractures within the conservative movement over foreign policy and loyalty tests. Trump expels Tucker Carlson over Iran strike criticism. In multiple interviews Thursday, Donald Trump declared Tucker Carlson has lost his way and is not MAGA, accusing him of lacking the intelligence to understand the movement's goals. The rupture followed Carlson's harsh condemnation of joint U.S.-Israel military strikes on Iran, which he called absolutely disgusting and evil, which they are. Trump defended the operation as a decisive success, insisting MAGA remains behind him, despite dissent from Carlson and other critics, like Megyn Kelly. A rare public rift in the MAGA movement. Maybe rare in the context of this administration, but I would certainly... I also enjoy an uno momento on my streams. It's smoother than the English. It really is, isn't it? It's always way more smooth just to go uno momento, por favor, than it is to go like, hey, one sec, please, guys. Like, that just doesn't roll off the tongue as well. Because unlike the Latin and Romance languages, English is just kind of, I don't know. It's a little clunky sometimes. It's not as bad as some of the other, at least we're not Dutch. It could be worse. It really could be worse. But that's not to say that we have it the best as far as nice languages are concerned. Carlson, once a vocal Trump ally in recent weeks, has openly criticized the administration on multiple issues, most prominently the Iran strikes. He reportedly met with Trump at the White House several times in the past month to argue against military escalation. After Trump publicly removed him from MAGA, Carlson responded by acknowledging his annoyance with the president. By the way, let's just kind of talk about how uncult-like MAGA is for a second, right? Why does he need to publicly remove him from the fucking movement? Find me a fucking... I mean, maybe it's out there. Maybe it's out there, but I don't remember Obama trying to use these fucking loyalty tests the way that Trump and the wider conservative movement, or at least what's left of it anyways, is attempting to do right now. You know? I don't remember any kind of equivalent, not only out of Obama or Biden, but I don't remember any equivalent out of Bush, Jr. or Sr. I don't remember any equivalent out of any of these guys, except for Trump, as far as these constant purity tests, as far as these constant loyalty tests, as far as any sort of criticism against these movements, immediately resulting in you getting thrown out of the movement. You're not in MAGA anymore. You had critical thinking regarding my movement. I'm sorry, Tucker. You gotta go. Gotta go, Tucker. I'm not gonna have you around here if you're gonna think critically. Tucker, why do we even need to win the world war? You know, that's a good question. Why do we need to win the world war? No, my Tucker sucks. My Tucker's really bad. I need to do a lot more, like, reviewing of Tucker's content. I gotta be honest with you. If I did Tucker, it'd probably be the old Tucker. It's probably not gonna be modern Tucker. It ain't gonna be no modern Tucker, that's for sure. In any case, though, allies take side. Oh, wait, I didn't finish this paragraph, I don't think. After Trump publicly removed him from MAGA, Carlson responded by acknowledging his annoyance with the president while stressing that he would always love him, illustrating the mix of policy disagreement and enduring personal regard. Allies take sides as Green defends Carlson. Loomer backs Trump. Keep in mind, by the way, Loomer was the person who I had quoted on one of my earlier shows in a post saying that MAGA is going to lose. Not only in 2026, but in 2028. So even some of the loyalists, even some of the people that have passed the purity tests, are still starting to make waves. They're still starting to go, guys, it's kind of looking like we're going to get fucked, like really bad, in the foreseeable future up ahead here. I don't know. Maybe politically speaking, maybe in terms of the popularity of your movement and its feasibility on the national stage, I don't know, maybe there's a reckoning coming for just how unfeasible those things in fact are. I don't know. That might be the case. In any case, let's keep going. The fallout prompted reactions from across the conservative spectrum. Marjorie Taylor Greene took to X to support Carlson, accusing Trump of straying, from America First, and suggesting that he had shifted toward donor first. In contrast, Laura Loomer praised Trump's decision to distance himself from Carlson and criticized Carlson's recent comments about the Chadab Lubavitch movement, which drew pushback from Jewish organizations. From White House lobbying to public break, Carlson's opposition to the Iran strikes began with private lobbying, including 3 reported White House visits in the past month to dissuade Trump from military action. What's up, guys? Yep, thank you. Sorry, maintenance guy just had to say something to me real quick. Getting my front gate repaired, because it likes to do this really fun thing where the metal on the gate expands and contracts due to the temperature, and after sitting out there for God knows how long, it's not been faring too well. Hopefully it's been properly repaired. I'm sure they did a good job. Anyways, Carlson's... I already read part of this. Past month to dissuade Trump from military action. When these efforts failed, his criticism became public, leading to Trump's pointed declaration that Carlson is not MAGA. Trump's portrayal of the movement as inseparable from himself leaves little space for internal dissent. You don't fucking say. A dynamic that is surfaced in other populist political movements. I mean, yeah, the idea that this isn't an overt cult of personality, that this isn't just, a cult, a politically based one, but a cult nonetheless, becomes less and less possible to deny by the day. It's just overwhelmingly obvious to anybody who's even paying the slightest bit attention, as far as I'm concerned, anyways. But, in any case, let's move on to our next piece. Now, I've covered this guy once or twice. He's a guy by the name of Nick Kazmek. And I wanted to bring up this piece of content because me and Big Bad Mama were having a conversation about this. And lo and behold, he uploaded a piece on this exact topic the next day. It was actually kind of a pretty wild coincidence as far as I'm concerned. Because it's almost like we presaged this being a segment on my show. But I think he articulates things rather well in this short. Certainly a lot less long-windedly than I do it. I think the problem is that I have the knowledge, but I don't know if I necessarily do the best job of articulating that knowledge. So let's see Nick Kazmik's take on a comparison of the fall of the Roman Empire and the current state of affairs in 2026.
Today, the richest 1% control 43% of the total world financial assets. Their wealth is growing faster than everyone else, and the fall of Rome shows a surprisingly similar story of what happens when that gap keeps widening. See, the Roman Empire was, at the time, one of the greatest superpowers on the planet. At its height, Rome stretched from Britain to Egypt, from Spain to Iraq. It governed nearly 7.
And keep in mind, by the way, when he talks about that, when he mentions that scale and he brings up this map, the world that was known to those people, while certainly being a bit wider than what people presume it to be, they had knowledge of places like the Indian subcontinent, they had knowledge of sub-Saharan Africa, they had knowledge of Germania and Scandinavia and places like that. But the world that they knew was far, far smaller than the one that we know nowadays, and they dominated nearly the entirety of what they had known. So it's important to put that into perspective, because America, much the same in a modern context, dominates almost the entire world that we know nowadays. How many countries exist in the modern context that really aren't subservient to America at all? You can make Djibouti, North Korea. Djibouti's a fun name for a country, by the way. China, Russia. There's a handful. They're out there. But the vast majority of countries on this planet, either overtly or covertly, bend the knee to America and the American empire. So it's important to put that into perspective.
Rome stretched from Britain to Egypt, from Spain to Iraq. It governed nearly 70 million people across almost 3 million square miles. It felt invincible at the time. But by 476 CE, the Western Roman Empire was gone. Rome had been sacked. But what went wrong? Well, there was no...
See, this is something that's important as well, right? He highlights a very important point here. Because, in the context of that day and age, people would have thought that the Roman Empire, let alone the city of Rome itself, getting sacked and completely decimated, that was just inconceivable to the vast majority of the population. Rome had been so successful for so long in the context of the 3rd century AD. They had been the top dog on the entire planet for almost 400 years at that point. Much longer than America. So, The idea that they could be brought to their knees and that they could themselves collapse, much like modern America, is just an idea that people can't even fathom. They feel so secure. They feel so comfortable in their lives right now. They feel like everything is going so well for them. But in reality, what's happening around them isn't something that's necessarily blatantly obvious to them until it is.
No one single cause. Rome did not collapse in one single moment. It declined over centuries. But historians and philosophers can agree on one thing. The collapse from within played a very big role. At Rome's peak, inequality was rising dramatically. Wealth was increasingly concentrated in the hands of the elites. Large landowners controlled estates across the vast empire. Political instability followed as well. Emperors were disposed.
Let's see. Giant estates controlled by vastly wealthy people, massive social inequality, a growing wealth gap that far surpassed ages previously. No, there's no parallel between that and the modern age that we live in. There's nothing that we have in common between those things whatsoever. There's not a growing wealth disparity that we're witnessing all around us. Nah. Good morning. Good morning, trusty Apeco. Always nice to see you around these fine parts, good sir. Hope you're having a good day so far.
Of. They were overthrown. In just 50 years during the 3rd century crisis, Rome had at least 26 different emperors. The military was overstretched. The army increasingly...
The military was overstretched? You mean to tell me that even though Rome had an absolutely gargantuan military budget, if you look into Rome's military budget, Rome, as a portion of its total taxation income, in terms of its total income as a state, spent far more proportionally on its military than the United States of America spends on its military nowadays. It was an even more militaristic state than America, which is by far the most militaristic state on this planet, and certainly within recent human history. And yet, what do we see in a modern context across America? Do we see the vast majority of America's resources being spent just on home defense? No. We see it being spent on all of these foreign military bases. We see it being spent on all of these different outposts. We see it being spent on all of these massive boondoggle projects like the F-35, which cost the American taxpayer over $1 trillion for a fighter aircraft that already was unnecessary due to the fact that the current generation had no parity. And not parody, I mean parity, in terms of having no equal. There was no equal to it in the skies. The F-16, for fuck's sakes, had no equal. And yet here we go. We need to invest over $1 trillion in the F-35. Certainly the modern American military couldn't be claimed to be overstretched.
Relied on foreign troops. The balance of power was slowly shifting. While this was happening, cultural confidence was also falling into decline. The Stoic philosopher Seneca warned about this centuries earlier. He was criticizing the culture of spectacle and of luxury that had been...
Oh, a culture of spectacle. I mean, this is something that even people that don't know much of anything about Rome can draw as far as a comparison. This is something that I've seen most people that are just average everyday people can draw this comparison, can't they? The bread and circuses is how you'll often hear it phrased. But what that's meant to represent is exactly what's being discussed right here. The culture of distraction. The culture of, hey, there's major problems going on right now, but just look the other way and don't worry about that, because we have an all-new tournament going on over in the Flavian Amphitheater, guys. Let's go check that out. Never mind the fact that the enemy's at the freaking gate. Like, the parallels are all over the place.
Increasingly growing within the empire. Corruption spread, and participation of the public was slowly declining. The tax burden also fell heavily.
Participation of the public. Look at voter participation across America. Look at how much Americans actually care and have civic pride in their government? How much does the average American take in terms of time to inform themselves about what's going on right now in the average everyday world compared to Americans some scant 50 years ago? Right? I would say that the amount that the average person in America is informed has certainly gone down, and isn't that such a strange paradigm in a day and age where information has become more readily available than ever before? In a day and age where rather than having to pay the 25 cents for the newspaper over at the newsstand in order to inform yourself about what's going on, all you need do is go on your fucking phone or your computer and use the internet, and for free access a deluge of information about what is going on in the world that can be fact checked and backed up and supported in real time. And yet, I would argue that the proportion of people that actually endeavor to do things like that has never been smaller. So yet another parallel.
On the working class, while the wealthy avoided it. There was a sense of fatigue, of internal rot. But that was not all. The external pressures were also mounting on Rome. There were plagues, poor economy, divisions of the empire between the East and the West, and of course, war. Gothic tribes had entered the Roman Empire, first as refugees and allies, and later as invaders. Then in 410 CE, something unthinkable had happened. Rome itself was sacked. But here's why this matters.
Oh, and by the way, if you really do want to make the comparison between the guy, I just want to say, for all the conservatives who might be watching this and go like, oh, I just overlooked that part there, comparing the Goths coming into Rome, first as allies and then as enemies. All I ask that you do is look into the context of why those Gothic tribes became enemies of the Roman state. Because they didn't become enemies of the Roman state for no reason. They became enemies because the Roman state became unreliable. Because the Roman state reneged on paying them as mercenaries or as auxiliaries or as soldiers within their legions. Right? So when you renege on payment and when you become unreliable, then naturally the people are going to start fucking rebelling against you. Naturally, when they lose faith in the institutions that make up your country, they are going to not want to work for your country anymore and start working for themselves. And the same is true of America, right? Because if America wants to reap all of the benefits of migration, if it wants to reap all of the benefits of asylum seekers in terms of the labor that they can provide, in terms of the cheap labor that they can provide, and in terms of their contributions to America via their contributions to things like Social Security, which I've already substantiated on earlier episodes of my show, then what will they do except not do that anymore? What will they do except stop contributing to things like Social Security when they find out that even if they contribute to Social Security, they're going to get gaffled up by the state and deported anyways? The loss of faith in those institutions is what results in pushback from these populations. It doesn't just happen in a vacuum. And I just wanted to point that out for anybody who might think that I just glossed over that segment, because it's certainly an important thing in of itself to cover as well.
10 CE, something unthinkable had happened. Rome itself was sacked. But here's why this matters. Rome did not collapse that year. It had been collapsing for generations. Institutions and power had declined. By the time that the final blow had come, the foundations had already been worn down. We live in the modern times inside systems that feel stable. Globalization, markets, institutions. But stability is never permanent. They appear stable until they don't. Rome once felt unbeatable, but history reminds us no nation is truly unbeatable. No empire is immune, no matter how wealthy, how advanced, or how powerful it seems.
And no empire is eternal either. No empire throughout human history, no matter how much they thought that they got the secret sauce to how humans ought to be organized, no matter how much they thought that they were the ones that just so happened to get things right, every single empire, every single state, every single country throughout human history has its day in the sun and then begin its decline. And that's not to say that this is inevitable, right? America doesn't have to decline into nothingness. And keep in mind what he said earlier, that decline is not just going to happen all of a sudden. You're not going to wake up one day and find that America is completely collapsed as a country. That's going to be a multi-generational thing. It's going to be a slow decay, a slow rot that erodes away at the foundations as time goes on. Right? But that's not to say that that's inevitable. Right? I'm not some doomer that says that things are just destined to be that way. Because in the example of the Roman Empire, there was a man by the name of Marcus Aurelius. And Marcus Aurelius completely turned the 3rd century crisis around, prevented the collapse of the Roman Empire. In a day and age where it went from most people thinking that the Roman Empire could never fall to a day and age where most people assumed that it was going to fall, that it was only a matter of time until it would fall. Marcus Aurelius stepped in and essentially saved the empire. And how did he do that? He did that by making bold, new reforms to that empire that increased public confidence. Keep that in mind, because it's one thing just to make a reform. It's one thing just to make a giant sweeping change. But the most important thing in a critical moment like this, in an impasse like what we currently find ourselves in, the most critical thing that those new policies need to do is engender public confidence in those institutions once again. You know what a prime example of that would be? How about you release all the Epstein files and unequivocally start putting these people on trial? If you started doing that, can you imagine how much more the average American would have faith in the institutions of the United States government? And that's just one action. That's just one of so many different things that America could do to begin engendering public confidence in its institutions once again. Because it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't just have to be decline for decline's sake. I think that's a bunch of bullshit. There have been plenty of countries throughout human history, like the Sasanian, or sorry, not the Sasanian, that comes later, the Achaemenid Persian Empire. When it got invaded by Alexander the Great, it collapsed at the height of its power, at the height of its global authority. So it's not like this pattern is set in stone in human history. It's not like every single country has to have a rise and then a decline. That's not how things work. Everything is not on a cyclical pattern throughout human history. That's not to say that there aren't patterns that can be observed throughout human history. But to act like everything throughout human history is just this revolving door is such a oversimplification of what the reality is there. All right, so next up on our segments is Should Christians? Seems like my first Should Christians segment was a bit of a hit. So I'm going to move on to our next Should Christians segment. Should Christians watch anime? Ladies and gentlemen, let's find out. This is a much more popular video than the other one that was reviewed. This is from DLM Christian Lifestyle, 1.27 million subscribers. This is one of the big boys in the community. Let's check out what this gentleman has to say about whether Christians should watch anime.
Hey guys, you know, in recent years, anime has become very, very popular. And the question now many kids, parents, and grown-ups ask is, should Christians watch anime? Now that's what we're going to talk.
Yeah, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Because the idea that you should restrict the media that you watch because of some ancient book is kind of silly. All right? But I'll get into that a little bit more in detail as we go on.
Talk about in this video. Let's get to it. Very quick, just before I forget, if it's the first time that you're here, my name is Daniel and welcome to DLM Christian Lifestyle. Please subscribe if you want to grow spiritually, and if you don't want to subscribe, well then just do it anyway, because I would love the support.
If you don't want to subscribe, just do it. You know what? I think I've said things that are pretty similar, honestly, so I can't even hate. Right,
so is it wrong? Is it a sin to watch anime? Well, asking this question, it's similar like, should Christians...
No one should watch anime. I mean, that's pretty acceptable as well, Spooky. That's a pretty acceptable answer. I guess I should have clarified and said that you shouldn't watch anime because you're a Christian. That is true. You shouldn't watch anime because 99% of it is derivative, samey crap. Like, you want to talk about tropes? Oh my god. People complain about tropes in Western media, but it seems like anime just relies on tropes as a concept in order to carry itself forward. And maybe that's some people's cup of tea. Maybe some people love that shit. I'm not one of them. All right? I'm sorry. I'm not. But I agree with you. Nobody should watch anime.
Watch movies or TV series, because anime is just another form of storytelling. Now, of course, there will be certain stories that you can watch and other ones that you should definitely not watch. And that's the same when it comes to anime. Now, first of all, you have to be very careful with what you allow to come into your head. Romans 12 verse 2 says, "Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that by testing you may discern what is the will of God, what is good and acceptable and perfect." Now,
right. But that doesn't mean that you just ignore things in the world that are unseemly, right? Like, it's possible to consume content that you disagree with, right? This is one of the biggest things that I think this is one of the biggest genesis of this idea that if you watch something or if you consume a piece of media, whether it be a book or whether it be a movie or whether it be anything whatsoever, you just have to automatically agree with it on some level in order to have a want or desire to consume it. I think it comes directly from this mentality. Because there's this idea that so many Christians have that you just shouldn't consume any form of media that doesn't conform to those values because it's just inherently going to poison your mind and make your mind worse as a result. And I disagree with that. I disagree with that so fundamentally. I think it's so healthy as a human being to actively consume pieces of content that you don't agree with. Because it's a valid mental exercise. It's a mental exercise that allows you to better sharpen your understanding as to why you disagree with those things. As to why you don't have concordance with those ideas. If you just surround yourself with things that only agree with you and are only in keeping with your ideas and what you want the world to be, then you are doing a disservice to yourself, in my opinion. You are stunting yourself mentally. You are denying yourself a whole component of the world that exists around you, and solely because you don't like what that part of the world has to say. Well, you know what? That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, does it? That doesn't mean that you have to. Obviously, I'm not saying anybody has to consume content that they disagree with any more than I'm saying people have to consume content that they agree with. Do whatever the fuck you want, but at the same time, don't bottleneck yourself like that. Don't restrict yourself by saying that I only have to consume content that aligns with my worldview. That's such a dangerous way of thinking. Here's what I've been up to. Do I have your confidence yet? But like re-examination, you're a prime example of what I'm talking about right now. Because as far as I'm concerned, you don't agree with the majority of things that I have to say politically, right? You don't agree with the vast majority of things that I have to say politically as far as my limited understanding of your ideas are concerned. And yet, you come around here and you listen to the things I have to say without just immediately resorting to things like mockery and other stuff like that. Because you're actually somewhat interested in what I have to say, even though you don't agree with it. And I think that that's a healthy mental exercise, whether it concerns me or whether it concerns the fact that I take a whole bunch of time to study the scripture, whether I agree with it or not. It's healthy to engage in the study of ideas that you don't agree with.
Now, to be honest, there are certain things that are dangerous when it comes to anime. For example, Shintoism. They bring in Shintoism, their religion, into anime. Even occultic practices. They like bringing in the human and spiritual world together in a fantasy setting, for example. Or they show tarot cards, incantations, talking to the dead, necromancy, practicing...
Oh my god, other ideas! No! No! You know what my problem with this way of thinking is? My problem with this way of thinking, on top of what I've already expressed before, is aren't you lending credibility to these ideas? With this mentality? Aren't you saying that these ideas are just so goddamn preferable or appealing? That just the very interaction with them, even just coming across them as other ideas, is just going to inherently predispose you to liking those ideas. It's such a faulty, backwards way of thinking. No. You're not just going to inherently be predisposed toward liking or disliking something just because it agrees or disagrees with your way of thinking. That's really stupid.
magic, and much, much more. They also bring in elements of Buddhism. And when you watch certain series or movies of anime, you see that they bring in a lot of these elements of these different religions. Some show characters use their chakras to unlock certain powers and even the third eye. Now, of course, every anime is different, so you will have to use some discernment.
Every anime is different? Oh my god, there's different pieces of media that have different things to say about these things? Wow, I can't believe it. What a shock. I don't know. I'm not going to play this entire thing through the same way that I didn't play the other one entirely way through, just because I think I've kind of gotten everything that I can reasonably get out of this here piece of content. But yeah, suffice it to say, I agree with Spooky. No one should watch anime. Don't go out of your way to go watch anime. But don't feel like you can't watch it because you're a Christian. Because that's just dumb. Alright? Anyways, moving on to our next segment, we have got the beginnings of the Iran segment coming up here. So, starting with this.
بلوار کوسار از این اون ته همت این منم تا این بالا همینجوری داره میسوزه.
I mean, it's something that's straight out of fucking, like, it looks like a giant, it looks like Krakatoa or something like that just erupted. right next to them. And then apocalyptic plume of ash is about to completely overtake the entire city. What the hell? If that's not a nightmarish thing of imagery, I don't really know what is. In any case, I wanted to cover the story surrounding this because there's a story behind every one of these sorts of news reports. It's one thing just to play the short and kind of gawk at it and go, "Oh wow, let's all rubberneck at that and pay attention to how horrible that is without getting any wider context as to what it actually is and what it represents. Let's actually look at what this represents. The true price of the Iran war for oil, people, and the environment. With Trump calling $100 oil barrels a small price to pay to justify the attack on Iran, we've dug into the true costs for people and planet that the conflict is already unleashing. Because let's keep in mind, all right, everybody, while the media wants to only focus on the monetary costs of these conflicts, and keep in mind, I've got a segment coming up that does highlight America's monetary cost for this conflict, because it's not irrelevant. But let's put things into perspective and focus on what matters first and foremost beyond any of this monetary bullshit. And that's the human and environmental cost for these conflicts. Because that's a hell of a lot more important, wouldn't you agree? More than 1,500 people have been killed in Iran and Lebanon, including hundreds of children, since the US-Israeli war on Iran was launched 10 days ago. Iranian response attacks have killed dozens and led to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the channel through which 20% of the world's oil transits. The resulting disruption has seen oil prices surge past $100 per barrel, and gas prices have hit multi-year highs amid fears of prolonged interruption to global supplies. U.S. President Donald Trump said on the 8th of March that surging prices were a very small price to pay for USA and world safety and peace. But every day that conflict persists inflicts an extremely heavy price on the millions of Iranians and Lebanese civilians under fire. These are now growing signs that the worldwide burden of the war will be profound. Oil and gas prices rocket. The world's oil benchmark, known as Brent, surged briefly on Monday to nearly $120 a barrel. Prices not seen since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Crude oil is now over 40% more expensive than it was before the US and Israel launched their attack on Iran on the 28th of February. Prices fell slightly on the news that G7 ministers were set to meet to discuss coordinating tapping into their respective strategic reserves, something the industry watchdog has only done 5 times in its history. Crude eventually settled around $90 a barrel, nearly a third higher than before the 28th of February. The conflict is also affecting European gas prices. European gas futures jumped 14% on Monday after shooting 67% higher last week, when leading exporter Qatar Energy announced that it was ceasing production at its largest field. Analysts have warned that spiraling wholesale gas prices could raise the UK energy price cap to £2,500 per household, a drastic increase from the £1,641 cap set at present. In the US, gasoline prices at the pump are up 14% compared with before the attack, according to the AAA Motor Group. But It is in Iran and its neighbors, whose economies are largely dependent on revenue from oil and gas exports, where the price of the US-Israeli war is heaviest. Qatar's energy minister has even warned that the conflict could bring down the economics of the world. So getting into the main part here. In Iran itself, US-Israeli strikes on oil storage facilities and around Tehran ignited towering infernos that saw oil rain from the sky. Tehran residents have described the black, smoke-filled air as apocalyptic. Yeah, it's kind of hard not to describe that shit as apocalyptic. There's literally fucking black rain falling from a blackened sky as flames engulf the near distance. I don't know how that's not fucking apocalyptic. With some reporting difficulty breathing and burning in their eyes and throat. Experts have warned that chemical reactions in the sky could produce acid rain, and that exposure to the airborne compounds could increase the risk of cancer, skin and eye irritation, and cardiovascular conditions. If the pollutants in the rain make their way into water sources, which they fucking are, because that's how the water cycle works, then aquatic life and drinking water supplies could also be affected by the toxic pollution. That's not to mention the climate impacts that war already has, even without attacks on oil infrastructure. The first 12 months of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, for example, emitted 120 million tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Oil raining down on Tehran is likely only the first tell of the environmental damage and the impact that it has on people's health that the US and Israel's war will cause. Yeah, more stuff about fucking stock markets and stuff like that. That's great. Cost of living is a bit more relevant for what I'm trying to get at here, because I have other economic related stuff to get into, but I'm not trying to focus on the economics right now, article. Petrol prices have already increased since the start of the Iran conflict. In the last fossil fuel-driven cost of living crisis, food prices jumped, and they could well do so again. The International Energy Agency estimates that oil and gas prices contribute up to 50% of food price variability. Yeah, keep in mind that this is in the context of the fact that we've already been going through massive food inflation. Not as bad in the United States as it is here in Canada. The food inflation in Canada is absolutely off the fucking chain. But this is just going to make it so that you guys are going to be just like us. Now you're going to have massive surging food prices. It's not like you're already having massive surging gas prices. It's not like your rent is going up year over year at a rate that's unaffordable when wages are stagnating. Now you got to pay more for food, too. Yay! I already read that paragraph. The war is once again exposing the systemic risk that our governments are taking by continuing to rely on oil and gas extracted far away and shipped around the world. The globalized nature of oil and gas trade means that even though the US is now the largest exporter of LNG in history, supply can be disrupted as major Asian users, such as China, rush to plug the gap left by Middle Eastern LNG, diverting fuel flows away from the UK and Europe. This is why it's more urgent than ever to transition away from fossil fuels in a rapid and just manner, in line with the best available climate science. Wind power in the UK alone has already saved the taxpayer more than £100 billion, and decarbonizing our energy systems could save trillions more. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at this here, because I want to substantiate that claim. I don't think it'll take too much longer than what we're already currently doing right now. But here we go. The horrible bird graveyards. That's what Trump describes these things, doesn't he? He describes these things as bird graveyards that are the worst thing ever. Definitely not propaganda from the fossil fuel industry that people have just blatantly bought into. All right, a recent study by University College London. Wow, sounds like some random lefty nutjob group that has no credibility whatsoever. University College London. What do they know? Has shown that wind power has provided the United Kingdom with a net financial benefit of £104 billion between 2010 and 2023. The research also clearly links the positive impact of renewable energy on electricity bills, showing that these were down $14.2 billion in the same period, as a direct result of using renewables instead of gas. The Renewable Energy Institute welcomes this study, the results of which are an important step forward in the global energy transition, combating critics who claim that renewable energy drives utility bills higher. With the UK currently facing some of the highest energy bills in the world, this research should be welcomed as further impetus to make the move to a future powered by renewables. A message supported by the report's lead author. Far from being a financial burden, this study demonstrates how wind generation has consistently delivered substantial financial benefits to the UK. To put it into context, this net benefit of £104 billion is larger than the additional £90 billion the UK has spent on gas since 2021 as a result of rising prices related to the war in Ukraine. This study demonstrates why we should reframe our understanding of green investment from costly environmental subsidy to a high return national investment. That was from Colm O'Shea from University College London. Unfortunately, this week also saw a reduction in the available subsidies for new clean energy projects as the British government reduced this to £1.1 billion, a move at odds with their recent commitment to create 400,000 jobs in the renewable sector. I wonder why that might be the case, ladies and gentlemen. Can anybody out here in the side chat take a guess as to why that might be the case, even though we can provably show that unlike the propaganda provided to us from the fossil fuel industry, these things are actually driving utility costs down. They're making energy more affordable, not less affordable for the average person, in a country where energy costs are some of the highest on the planet, to the point where the savings that are created from that literally outpace the additional costs that country has had to incur as a result of rising oil costs from the war in Ukraine. And yet, we live in a paradigm where that funding is being cut down, and less people are going to have access to renewable energy, even though it's provably better for people as a whole. Ooh, Aiden's on. I hope he talks about politics. ABS, how's it going, buddy? Hope you're doing well today. According to Trump, the windmills are killing the whale. That's not a real thing, is it? That's not a real thing, Big Bad Mama. If that's a real thing, please link that in the side chat. Hold on. I'm pulling a Peter. I'm actually going out of my way. That's gotta be... Hold on. Trump says the bills are fine. It's literally... We live in a world where I have to verify whether or not that's the thing. Oh my god. No way. There's no fucking way. What? Oh man. Okay. We've got some more investigative journalism from Big Bad Mama. I'm gonna pull this video that I just found here. All right, Big Bad Mama pulling his weight, or their weight, I should say. Pardon me, Big Bad Mama, as journalist of the month. Let's check this out. Replace. This can't be real. This is from a year ago.
And you know, you can talk about windmills. They litter our country. They're littered all over our country, like dropping paper, like dropping garbage in a field. And that's what happens to them, because in a period of time, they turn to garbage. Most expensive energy ever. They only work if you get subsidy. The only people that want them are the people that get...
That's what we just found in the article that we just pulled, right? The most expensive energy ever. Yeah, it's not like it's the exact fucking opposite, you goddamn idiot.
Getting rich off windmills, getting massive subsidies from the U.S. government, and it's the most expensive energy there is. It's many, many times more expensive than clean natural gas. So we're going to...
It's an oxymoron, by the way. Literally no such thing as clean natural gas, last time I checked, anyway. But hey, clean natural gas! You know what we're gonna get? We're gonna import the first ever dry water into the United States, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Dry water is getting imported today. I guess you could technically have dry water. You could have ice. Oh god, that joke writes itself, doesn't it? You know what? I don't even have to make a further joke about that. It literally wrote itself. Let's watch a bit more of this, and then Big Bad Mama actually pulled something unrelated and asked me to play it, so I'm going to play that one after this as well. I guess we've just stumbled into a environmental segment on this channel. Not that I'm ever against that. I'm well in favor of having an environmental segment because it's something that needs to be talked about.
Try and have a policy where no windmills are being built. You know, off the coast of New Jersey, they want to build like 200 windmills. The people are going crazy. Nobody wants them.
Oh, no.
And they're very expensive. They don't work without subsidy. You don't want energy that needs subsidy. Energy is a good business. You don't need subsidy. But when you build these massive...
Yeah, meanwhile, Trump, the fucking subsidies that are required for all these American farmers and all these American ranchers and all these other fucking industries that exist across America are currently not fucking being properly implemented. So, all these farmers for Trump people that I covered in the past, yeah, they fucking hate your guts now because you didn't give them their subsidization. But you don't want to talk about that. You want to talk about how the fucking clean energy industry doesn't have fucking subsidization and how that's not tenable. We can't have subsidization in clean energy. Can't have that, folks. It's a windmill short. Is it about a short windmill? That would be fun. That would be fun. If Trump was like, we're going to play mini golf, folks. I'm going to try to put the ball through the windmill right now. And he can't get it through like 5 times in a row. That'd be a fun little short about windmills and Trump.
Towers. I mean, they're 25 stories tall, 40 stories. They have one 70 stories tall. The blades, they take 3 ships to ship them. It's crazy. They're dangerous. You see what's happening up in the Massachusetts area with the whales, where they had 2 whales wash ashore in, I think, a 17-year period. And now they had 14 this season. The windmills are driving the whales crazy.
Yeah, it's the windmills, Donald. It's the windmills. It's not the unprecedented fucking boating activity that's taking place. That's way fucking closer to where the whales actually are, by the way. I know you don't know anything about them, Trump, because you don't take the time to inform yourself about a goddamn thing. But whales don't typically hug themselves right next to the fucking coast, where these windmills are. You know why they're fucking beaching themselves so frequently right now? It's because of all the noise from all of the fucking motors from all of these boats that are littering the fucking American Eastern Seaboard and driving them and confusing the shit out of them to the point where they get driven crazy, like what you're talking about. Where they fucking... them being driven crazy, quote unquote, consists of them literally fucking wandering onto the fucking shoreline because they get confused from all the fucking noise from all those boats. But it's the windmills, right, Donald? It's all the windmills' fault. That's what my short said too. No need to play. Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, I'll play the rest of this one then and just go over it because it's just overt fucking propaganda. Overt propaganda. Your president is sitting here and trying to justify the fact that even though your country could have been the leader, could have been the forerunner of green energy, could have brought this world into a new and brave age of fucking clean energy where people don't have to worry about fucking raping the goddamn planet in order to have a decent standard of living. You're sitting here and trying to excuse why that isn't the case. And why isn't it the case? A bunch of fucking gobbledygook made up bullshit that people just bobble their heads along to anyway, in spite of any actual evidence linking that to be the case. Congratulations, America. I hope you're fucking happy with who you ended up with as a goddamn president.
Obviously. And they had actually over, I think, 125 or something over a number of years. And we don't want that to happen. It's a disaster it's amazing the way a true environmentalist would say, oh, we love wind. It sounds good, but that's about where it ends. You know, after 10 years.
Yeah, that's about where it ends. That's what the study that I just read indicated, right? That's what that seemed to indicate. It's not like it literally saves people money while providing an alternative that is so fucking effective that it can help mitigate rising costs. It'll mitigate the rising costs. The Cossacks, they're coming, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're in 18th century Russia. The Cossacks are pouring through the gates. But no, the cost of living going through the roof, as was just stated in the article that I read earlier, is not a fucking coincidence with these rising energy prices. So not only could we have lived in a cleaner world, we could have lived in a more affordable world. But I guess that more affordable world doesn't pad you and your donors' pockets, doesn't it? You fucking empty suit, empty-headed fucking piece of garbage.
You have to redo them. And what happens is they don't do that. They let them stand and they rust, and they say, because of the environment, I'm not a believer in this, but they say you can't, because it's a certain fiberglass, that the blades cannot be buried in earth, that's an environment. So what do you do with them? What do you do with them? And I don't know if you've ever gone to Palm Springs, California, or any of these places where you have...
You're right. Instead, we should just make a whole bunch of fucking plastic that's going to fucking last in our environment for fucking tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. Whoopee! I love the petroleum industry. I love the fact that it is probably, besides leaded gasoline, the single largest contributor, and I guess it in itself is included in leaded gasoline. The single biggest contributor to the environmental catastrophe that we're witnessing around us right now is our reliance on petroleum, because it's not just about fossil fuels. It's not just about liquid natural gas. It's about fucking plastic. It's about microplastics. It's about the fucking oil spills that occur around us. It's about the massive fucking environmental degradation that all of these oil sands create when they come into an area and fucking bulldoze it and completely disrupt the fucking local ecosystem in order to extract these resources. It is the single biggest contributor to our world's destruction. And here is the President of the United States actively cheerleading it happening right now before our eyes. And what's his excuse? Oh, they got fiberglass blades. I'd rather them have fiberglass blades that get put in the ground than microplastics that are so fucking prolific at this point in our environment that they're found in every single fucking fetus that's fucking tested right now. Hey, fucking pro-life people, you want to worry about whether or not the fucking fetus gets aborted or not? How about we fucking focus about the fact that every single fucking fetus has microplastics in them right now? Because that's the fucking level that our environment has gotten to at this point. That's the point that things have gotten to. But let's fucking cheerlead the guy that has been fucking psioning the entire process of what I'm describing right now. Because he benefits from it at all of our cost. But fuck us, right? Because he got his.
Long-term windmills standing, they're a disaster. They're rusting, rotting, closed, falling down. This is as you enter Palm Springs. And they put new ones next to them because nobody wants to take them down, because why should they take them down? It's very expensive to take them down, and you can't do anything with them because the blades, you can't bury them because of the environmental protection. We'll look at that. Doesn't make sense, but that's what they say.
Imagine being able to...
So you literally tried to make the point that they can't be buried as a point against them, and now you're going on to say that you're just going to go and do it anyway. Very fucking astute, Mr. President. Very astute. We've got a very astute, an actually very astute comment from Monsieur Baz, who comes into the side chat and says, Jesus recycled and took care of food sources. Look at what he did with the loaves and the fishes. Claude also says, pro-lifers are concerned with life from the fetus until it becomes gay. I'm sure you mean happy there, right, Claude? That's what you mean by gay, I'm sure. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you are out there watching this stream, enjoying the fruits of this fine stream's labor, and if you haven't happened to have hit the like button yet on it, please do. Hit the like button on this stream. Helps the channel grow. Helps people get informed about what we're sitting here and talking about today. Much obliged. Much appreciated. Anyways. Ooh, dissing Trump. Fuck yes. Yes, Robin. Yes, indeed. I love it when Aiden talks about politics, but I hate it when Miss Ma talks about politics. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do a dig. I was just trying to be funny. You know what the problem is, though, Claude? Is that, as I just demonstrated earlier, it's not even like pro-lifers are really actually all that concerned with the life of the fetus. Because as I said, we live in a world where there is microplastics inside of each and every single one of those fetuses. Right now, without exception. And they don't have a thing to say about that, do they? They don't have shit or fuck to say about that because they don't care about the issue anywhere beyond the actual issue of abortion or not abortion. Because it's a fucking social issue that they've latched onto because it's a fucking hot topic, hot button issue. They don't actually have any emotional investment in it beyond it being a hot button social issue. And it's perfectly demonstrated by what I'm talking about. Go find me a fucking conservative in the community, whether they're a small or big time fucking commentator. Go find me one that's pro-life, that's fucking railing against what I'm talking about right now. Not because it's what I'm talking about, but because last I fucking checked, I'm pretty sure it's an abject injustice on the human condition that every single person that's born into the world nowadays has to have fucking plastic in their body. I'm pretty sure that's an injustice on the human condition. But hey, who fucking cares, right? Anyways, let's finish this study. In order to fully reap the benefits of renewable energy, an emphasis must be placed on funding to ensure more projects can go ahead. Wait! It's not talking about subsidization here. Wasn't one of Trump's major points in his speech there that this requires subsidization? They're talking about funding so that they can build more of them, not so that they can get subsidized. Last I checked, subsidization entails something being so unprofitable that it requires an external source of funding in order to even be possible to be able to have maintained. So why isn't it talking about subsidization here? I wonder why. the Institute is pleased to see the significant progress is being made on a global scale when it comes to the energy transition and a more sustainable roadmap. New research from the Energy and Climate Intelligence Unit shows that 10 years on from the landmark Paris Agreement, we have made more progress than was forecast at that time. I'm sure that America has plenty to brag about that. You know what the funny thing is that when that report comes out and becomes more mainstream, you know what Trump is probably going to do? He's going to go, look at America. People say that I'm not green energy, but we've actually exceeded the estimations made out by the Paris Accord. And it's like, wait, didn't you fucking get America out of the Paris Accord on your first term? Wasn't that you that did that? Let me just predict that little fucking chestnut before it fucking comes to pass real quick. Like, because this guy is so fundamentally predictable. Anyways, let's move on to our next. This was submitted by a member of our community. This is a photo of all of the people, all of the children, primarily, who were victims of the bombing that took place. I just wanted to say that what happened in Manab, you know, people are gonna move on from it. People are gonna just go on about their everyday about it. And I don't really care if it kills the viewership on the stream, but I am gonna do a minute of silence for these people. And we're just gonna sit here and contemplate the cost of this war. Thank you for observing that with me. I'm actually glad to see nobody commented in the side chat. I was worried somebody was going to go, why is the stream all quiet? Thank you, everybody, for observing that with me. I just think it's really important to put things into perspective. And we also have another American serviceman. The name and photo I have pulled up here. So the 7th U.S. service member killed in Iran, identified as 26-year-old Sergeant Benjamin Pennington of Kentucky. And, you know, I've got to say, because I can only speak from my personal perspective, I certainly can't speak from the perspective of somebody who served. But being the same age, or around the same age as these people, is really sobering, because I'm used to, for the majority of my life, looking at these people as adults and me as just a kid. You know, there's almost like a separation there. And knowing that this guy is just a scant year older than me, it's a sobering thing. It really is. I farted during the moment of silence. BS. You're lucky, BS. You're lucky you're so funny. And I keep you around. But it's only because you have extremely damaging information on me that you'll release if I don't keep you around. So with that being said, let's move on to this piece right here. So, Iran women's soccer players signal SOS, 5 defect, and are now under Australian police protection. Let's take a look at what happened here. So, to read the article that I pulled accompanying that footage, because it's kind of hard to tell what's going on there. 5 Iranian footballers, or soccer players, as you Americans would say, granted Australian visas after anthem protest. 5 members of the Iranian women's football team have been granted humanitarian visas in Australia after their elimination in the Asian Cup, the government in Canberra says. Immigration Minister Tony Burke said that the women were moved to a safe location by Australian police. He said other squad members had been told they were welcome to stay in the country. The women had been due to fly home, but supporters had raised fears for their safety after the team declined to sing the national anthem ahead of their match against South Korea last week. This prompted criticism in Iran, with one conservative commentator accusing the team of being wartime traitors and pushing for harsh punishment. The remainder of the team was taken to Gold Coast Airport and was expected to fly to Sydney on Tuesday evening local time. The team's coach was briefly stopped by dozens of activists who tried to persuade the other players to stay in Australia. Some protesters lay on the ground in an attempt to block the coach from moving forward. The players watched from inside the bus. Australia's humanitarian visa program grants permanent protection to refugees and people in humanitarian need. Visa holders can live, work, and study in the country. Speaking early on Tuesday, Burke said the 5 players were happy for their names to be confirmed as Fatima Pasinde, Zahra Gahbari, Zahra Sarbali, Atea Ramazanazadeh. Obviously, it's Ramazanazadeh. I mean, come on. And Mona Hamoudi. Quote, they want to be clear that they are not political activists. They are athletes who want to be safe, he said, adding that talks have been going on over several days. So, suffice it to say, this is just the negative consequences of war, ladies and gentlemen, because make no mistake, I'm not just going to be covering America bad, America bad, America bad when Iran does shit like this and causes a women's soccer team to feel so fearful of the political climate in their country that they need to seek asylum in a completely different country. Then that's fucked up. And that needs to be called out all the same. And this is the unfortunate result of war, is that it drags so many other people into those wider conflicts. Nailed those pronunciations. Thanks so much, BA. I think I got them perfectly. I think they wouldn't even be able to tell that I'm not a native speaker myself, when you really think about it. But anyways, this is just another example of how awful these conflicts are and how it drags so many other people needlessly into them. Because it's one thing to cover the big news of, oh my gosh, this place got blown up, this place got terrorized. But it's another thing, and equally important in my opinion, to cover the wider ranging effects of this conflict and what it does. So, this is the segment where I did want to focus on the monetary cost that is associated with this conflict. Because, like I said earlier in the show, it's not to say that the monetary cost of these things is irrelevant. It is relevant. It costs the taxpayer an inordinate amount of money. But I think ultimately that needs to be put aside if the focus is also put on the humanitarian and environmental issues that these sorts of conflicts can create. But with that being said, Pentagon burned through $5.6 billion in munitions in first 2 days of Iran war. Hey guys, remember hearing all of those statistics about how you spent $8 trillion in Iraq? Remember hearing about that from Trump himself when he was on the campaign trail? We spent $8 trillion in Iraq. It was a mistake. We shouldn't have been there. It was a massive mistake. That's what he called it. And in the first 2 days of the conflict, you've already gone through $5.6 billion fucking dollars. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the next giant quagmire fucking war. The Pentagon churned through about $5.6 billion worth of munitions during the first 2 days of the U.S. war with Iran, a congressional source familiar with the matter told The Hill Monday night. The Defense Department, delivered. There was a triple D there. The Defense Department delivered the estimate to Congress on Monday, the source said. Well, we've got our first participant coming onto the show. Hey, Josh.
Mr. Freeze here. How you doing?
Oh, hey, sorry, Mr. Freeze. I'm sorry to misidentify you. You had a different name there. You were very effective with your disguise.
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Pretty good.
How's that whole like not believing in God thing working out for you?
You know, that whole like not believing in God thing is a lot easier to justify the current state of affairs going on the planet than the whole God thing. Because if there's a God, he's asleep at the fucking wheel, Josh. I hate to tell you. He is not participating in the current state of affairs as far as I can see.
I think the Bible says that he is not I think the Bible confirms what you're saying. He's not participating in the current affairs. Exactly. It's all man.
He just leaves it to Satan. He's just like, yeah, you go ahead, buddy. You got this.
Yeah. And then eventually he's going to come in and like put an end to all of it. But
right.
yeah.
And we're all supposed to be grateful for when he finally comes around. Can you imagine that, Josh? It's like you leave home for a few days and you let this other guy that you know is going to trash your house, right? You spent a long time building that house, right? You got the drapes all nice, you got the furniture all nice and set up, everything's looking great, and then next thing you know, the people that live in that house start fucking the house up. So you're like, you know what, fuck this shit, I'm gonna fucking demolish this house, I'm gonna build a new house with new people. So he does that, right? He builds the new house, he has the new people. And then next thing you know, those people start fucking the house up again. They're doing shit that's fucking the house up all over again. So what do? You're like, you know what? Fuck this bullshit. I'm just going to give it to this shady guy that I know for a fact is going to run this place into the ground. I know that this place is going to go from, oh man, the drapes have a little bit of fucking discoloration to them because they were left out too long. It's going to go from that to broken windows and crack pipes just laying around openly. You know, it's just going to turn into a den of debauchery. And the people that are living in that house are somehow supposed to be grateful when you show back up a couple thousand years later and are like, hey guys, you got to get out of the house now, everybody that trashed the house. No, you fucked off and left everybody to trash the house. What the hell? You know what I'm saying to you right now, Josh? Do you understand?
Hey, I'm just waiting for my opportunity to.
You can respond now, Josh. You can go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's just like you clearly have never seen the Cat in the Hat, where they thing one and thing two destroy everything, and then the Cat in the Hat comes in and just whips it all back into shape before. So if we're really talking about like God here, then I don't think you understand the Cat in the Hat.
So what you're saying is that God not only is the Cat in the Hat, God is not only the Cat in the Hat, but God is Mike Myers.
I'm not saying it. Dr. Seuss is saying it. I'm not saying it. I'm appealing to the doctors.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. You got to respect the science. That's what people say nowadays, right? You got to respect the science. But you know what Violent J says, Josh? He says, I ain't trust no scientist. Motherfucker's lying and getting me pissed. You ever think about that?
Yeah, well, the truth of the matter is that, like, have you ever heard of some guy named Nitty? He goes by the name Nitty.
I think I might have heard of him, yeah.
Have you seen his channel before? Have you seen him? He comes on camera sometimes. Looks like a soft-spoken gentleman.
I can't say I've seen him in the flesh, no.
Sometimes he joins on Breakfast Tacos live streams. Do you go to Breakfast Tacos live streams?
No, I don't. I pretty much stay away from that whole ball of wax, personally.
But they're atheists like you.
I know, that's true. So I should just automatically go and associate with them, right? Because they agree with me.
Or at least you may have heard about them or know about them.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
I've heard of them. I'm familiar with the.
Anyways, this Nitty gentleman, he's so polite. He reminds me of you a lot. In the sense of, like, you know,
Careful where you tread here, Josh. Careful where you tread.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, if I had to pick 100 atheists that act like you versus 100 Christians that act like me, I'm picking the 100 atheists all day. Okay, you know, that's all I'm saying.
Wow. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. What have you been up to, Josh? What's been? Or sorry, Mr. Freeze. What's new with you, buddy? What's been going on with you? Just freezing stuff.
Just frozen in time, I guess. And nothing. I mean, that's the thing. You know, people, they're just like, you know, they fed into this whole Obama change. Like, it's good. Right. I personally think change is terrible. I hate change. Like, everything needs to stay exactly how it is. Every time you ask me how I'm doing and what's new, nothing is new, and I'm doing the same way I've always been.
I've been in the exact same place that you asked me that question last time.
My hair is not any longer. I'm not any taller. My weight isn't any different. I'm standing in the exact same place I was standing the last time we spoke.
As a matter of fact, he's so extreme about it that he's actually in deep space right now because the Earth actually like sped away from him because he couldn't even move in relation to the Earth. He was that stationary.
Yeah, I bypassed the laws of physics, and you know, either I'm wrong or the laws of physics need rewriting, and I don't think I'm wrong. So
I don't think you've ever been wrong, quite frankly, Mr. Freeze. I don't think.
And if I ever was wrong, probably the question that was being asked was wrong, and
right. It was improperly provided to you. That was what was wrong about it. Exactly. Yeah. I think you're the humblest person ever, as well.
I'm actually still a sperm cell.
Wow. You're not even a zygote. You're not even a zygote.
That's how resistant I am.
I'm actually inert matter that's sitting inside of a star right now that hasn't even been formed into a human being. That's how conservative I am.
Yeah.
I don't even want to be formed into a human being, thoughts or opinions or intelligence.
Like physically, I'm here, right, in 2026.
Right.
But spiritually, I haven't even been in the Big Bang yet.
Yeah. You're in the singularity right now.
I'm in the infinite regress or the brute fat or brute fact or whatever.
You just call Bruce fat? That's not nice. You can't call Bruce fat. That's mean.
Yeah. The brute fact. Yeah.
Everybody just know Bruce is fat. That's what Josh says.
But either way, I mean, whether whether you're changing or you're not changing, you know, I think it's irrelevant to the fact that change happens, whether it's to you or around you.
That's true. That's so true. That's actually really deep when you think about it. We got some comments up here I'd like to read. Can we at least recognize the current Iranian administration for its progressive stance on having a women's soccer team? Yes. Yes, Lewis, we can. It's very brave. I think Josh probably disagrees with the idea of a women's soccer team, but you know what? That just goes to show how conservative Josh is, because he actually wants to go back to a time before men and women, when we just reproduced via mitosis, you know, where we just like asexually reproduce.
But I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, right? There's no problem with Iran having nuclear weapons if everyone else is allowed to have them, right?
Right.
Okay.
But a women's soccer team, that's a bridge too far, right? Like, that's going too far as I'm concerned. Josh doesn't even change his underwear. Josh, is that true? Is that true, Josh? Can you respond to these allegations?
I don't even like I don't even like eat food to process it to even need to go to the restroom to have a need to change my diapers or
yeah, like the entire process that you just described is just beneath him.
Yeah.
Just conceptually.
Yeah.
I always thought Josh was immature. Josh is immature because Josh is a malformed entity at the very beginnings of proto time. So, I mean, how can you be any more immature than that?
No, I think that's what he was saying. Like, he's acknowledging that, oh, so that's why he's so immature.
I don't know what they're talking about. I think you're always like the straight man that people need in really tense situations, because like you get to the bottom of things, Josh. You cut through the fog of war, I would even say. And you get down to what people are really talking about, what people are really saying.
So do you think, let me ask you something. So do you think that if everyone was like, all right, fine, go ahead, make nuclear bombs, who cares, right? Do you think the first thing they're going to do is blow up Israel?
I would assume that is probably, if not the first place, at least the second on people's hit list. Yeah, maybe you might be able to make an argument for, like, I don't know, North Korea maybe, but even then, I don't think North Korea has as many fucking ops.
No, hold on. Why would Iran attack North Korea?
Oh, I thought that you were saying if anyone could make nukes, then
I'm telling you, the issue here is people don't want. We're at war. We're in World War III right now, because you haven't realized it.
And you didn't check the segment I played earlier, Josh. We're not in a war right now. We're in a preemptive, retaliatory, non-escalatory conflict right now.
No, that's a lie. Here's the thing. I'm gonna give it to you the straight, okay? Because I only got like a couple more minutes here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Since 1995, Bibi Netanyahu has been crying wolf. Oh, they're 2 weeks away from building weapons grade uranium, and then 5 years later, and every year for the past 25 years, Iran has been 2 to 3 or 4 months away from developing weapons grade uranium. Now, let's just say he was telling the truth for 25 years. They already have it. They've built weapons grade uranium 20 years ago. They have ballistic missiles that can reach the U.S. right now.
Right.
And everyone's so concerned that, oh, they're never going to have them. They're never going to have them. They will never have nuclear weapons. You know, Joe Biden and George Bush and Obama and Trump and all these people.
Right.
Iran's had nuclear weapons the whole time. You just keep pushing these retaliatory attacks and then see what happens. They think they're trying to shut down the Iranian nuclear program. The Iranian nuclear program has been up and running well past 10, 15 years. Or they've been fear-mongering us for the past 25 years to try to find an excuse to go into places like Saudi Arabia and Afghanistan and Iran to take out their weapons of mass destructions, so that in reality they can have control over the global oil trade and to really monopolize and put the U.S. in a strategic position where China and Russia and other communist countries like Cuba are not able to advance in life. So, they can't both be true. If I had to bet money, and if anyone was asking me, I'm saying they already have nukes. I'm saying it's going to get bad.
Wow. Josh, thank you for being here, and thank you for your astute political commentary. You're always a welcome presence around here. Yeah, thank you for being here, buddy.
So you agree with everything or disagree with everything?
I agree with both of the positions that you said simultaneously. I think that America is simultaneously fear-mongering, and I think that they have weapons-grade uranium, and every other conspiracy theory that's ever been proposed in human history is all true.
Got it.
The Earth is hollow, and it's also a donut, and
it's flat.
A pyramid that's flat. And the moon is just a projection that is
and the moon landing happened in Hollywood studios.
Right. It happened in a studio that Stanley Kubrick filmed before he was brutally murdered by reptilians.
And Artemis 2 is not actually going to go fly around the moon this second time around because it didn't go the first time around, right?
Right, exactly. I mean, like, what are you going to launch from, a flat plane? Like, no, you're going to tip the plane over and everybody's going to go all wishy-washy and sideways. Like, you can't do that. They're not going to actually do that. It's just a bunch of theater,
So I'll leave you with these parting words. So what you want to do is you want to go to Gemini 3.1, the pro coding, right? And ask it to build you open source worldview map that includes all the active commercial flights as well as the flights tracked by ABSD and as well as the active satellites in orbit and the maritime open source data. What you'll do is you will have secretly built yourself the ultimate spy machine, and you can also ask it to incorporate open source like CCTV cameras. So technically, if you really wanted to, you can pull this up. You can look at what satellites are over which countries and which airplanes are moving in which direction, military airplanes or commercial airplanes, it doesn't matter. But this technology is at the palm of your fingertips. Don't forget to utilize it, like and subscribe. And if you are really enjoying, join the Frog Revolution today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Is that President Pike that I see in our presence? Mr. You don't have a mic, President Pike. Just gotta let you know that right now. Your mic seems to have disconnected for some reason. So I'm gonna give you 10 seconds to let me know that it's you. And then I'm gonna throw you out along with Josh. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And no activity from you or Josh. Guess you guys are leaving. All right. So, Christian, was that actually you? Was that you, Christian? I'm going to go verify over on the Facebook Messenger whether or not that was actually, in fact, President Pike. I'm going to call him right now. You know what? This is a call-in show now, people. This is a call-in show. I'm going to call him, and I'm going to put him on speakerphone live. That's what I'm going to do. All right, I'm going to put him up next to the mic. Christian.
Hey.
Christian, you're live on the Aiden Linden broadcast right now. I've got you right next to the mic.
It's good to be here with you, Aiden, today. How are things going today?
You know, things are going well, my friend. Things are going well. And by well, I mean the world is currently collapsing in around us as we witness it.
So I noticed that you were talking conspiracies, and they're all true, Aiden, all of them, simultaneously.
Every one of them.
And interdimensionally.
Right.
And regular dimensionally.
No, I agree. Was that the contribution that you wanted to make on my fine panel here today, sir?
What I wanted to contribute was forbidden due to my phone and service connectivity. But because you have reintroduced me to the audience, I would like to take this time to say one more thing, if that's all right.
Of course you can, Christian.
I feel based on the delay that may not be all right.
I said, of course you can, Christian.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello. Oh no.
Can you hear me?
I think Christian might have lost connection.
May I hear you hear that you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Christian. I don't think you hear me.
This is my final contribution. Send
Right.
your tithes and offerings to P.O. Box 986, Monroe, Georgia. Highways of Home Ministries, Inc.
Thank you very much, Christian, for being here today. I know you can't hear me right now, but thank you kindly for your presence. This is a call-in show now, ladies and gentlemen. Did I miss the part where Aiden saw my story where Obama pulled rank on the black vote for Hillary? I'm guessing no. No, I didn't. No, I didn't see that. If you want to come on and talk about it, you're welcome to come on and talk about it. I mean, I got the show open for a reason, my friend. People are all welcome to come on and have a conversation if they want to contribute to this fine programming that we've got going on here. Broadcast delay equals CBC levels. I don't know, is that bad? Goodness gracious. Mr. Logo, welcome to the show. Hope you're doing well
Hello.
today.
Hello, Aiden. How are you today?
I'm good. I know the stream is going to be good now that you're here, Mr. Logo.
Oh, okay.
What's new with you?
Oh, nothing, not much. Working.
Just, well, hopefully I can make your work just a little more entertaining, Mr. Logo. And if not a little more entertaining, then at the very least a little more informative. I'm going to keep reading this article that I have here, unless you had something that you wanted to say right off the bat.
Yes. When during the time of Afghanistan and that conflict there, right? Some of that resistance fled into Pakistan, right? And was hiding there from U.S. troops. And the next possible thing would be that U.S. troops would follow them, right? And I mean, come on, you are such a strong Marine. You can take on Pakistan, right? And you know why? You know why they did not? Why those motherfuckers did not do that? You know why? Well, interesting, right? It's called American barbecue, right? If one of these things goes through, you have 250,000 fried Marines. I mean, barbecued, right? Because Pakistan has nukes, right? It's nuclear armed. And that's the reason. That's the sad reality of this world, that these invasions are commercials for nukes. Guys, get yourself those wonderful things, right? Then you are safe from a U.S. invasion.
It's like I'm on the purple pill, you know, and you're climbing up the side of the mountains and you're an old person, but you're doing all the things young people do. It's like, I got nukes, you know.
Welcome to the stream re-examination.
Hey,
Hope you're doing well today.
Yeah, hello, welcome.
Yeah,
I think this is your first time actually on the channel, so yeah, good to see
it is, yes. Prior, it was kind of like, I don't know. Let's just say it was a little different when I first started. Right after our debate, I saw the panel. I was like, whoa, this is a little more.
It's a little different than what you were expecting.
Well, I mean, it was definitely some post-debate feistiness there, and then it definitely continued with the we'll call it inter-channel drama that I did not want to exactly jump into and be like, hey guys, you know, like the first cowboy from Wyoming in the saloon in Texas. You're like, hey, what's going on here? And chairs are flying and tables are falling from the balconies, and you know. So
no, that's fair. I think you've timed your appearance quite well then, because we even though we don't live on a peaceful global stage, we at least live in a peaceful times in this channel. So, Mr. Logo, are you having some connection problems?
It was reconnecting, I guess.
Don't worry about that, by the way. If you feel like it's enough of a problem that you need to leave, it's all good. I'll just deal with it. Restream is just restream.
It
is. I know
is.
you were talking about Riverside, weren't you?
Yeah. So the problem with Riverside though is you can't have guests. I tried to have Rev Russ, and I don't know if it's his computer, but Rev Russ is a guy we like to do a. I don't know where he does that now, but we used to like to do a 2-man show because we're both Protestant, and that's how that works. And it's chill for us at least. But he's out of commission now. I tried to get him on Riverside, and it's great for editing, like making AI clips and putting stuff up there, so you don't have to spend all these hours doing it yourself. And you know, it works really well that way, and getting into multiple platforms, streaming on multiple platforms. But getting guests and keeping them and having them in time, well, CBC levels all over again. However, I did send you the link that I was specifically talking about, because earlier in the thing, you were talking about how you've not heard of anybody who had done loyalty tests to the level of Trump. And to be fair, I have not either. But to say that there were no loyalty tests is not entirely accurate either. You didn't quite say that, but you did put out the challenge of something similar. So I wanted to at least answer the call, because I remember.
No, that's cool.
Yeah, I remember back in 2016. And I'm going to read the article right now. It's PBS, you know, which has been unplugged as far as I know now. President Barack Obama said Saturday night he will take it as a quote-unquote personal insult if the African-American community fails to turn out for the presidential election and encourage black voters to support Democratic candidate Hillary Clinton because he liked her hot sauce she kept in her purse so much. No, I let it at the last part. But still. No, yeah.
Nothing better than that hot sauce in that purse, if you ask me.
Is it working? Reminds me, I was supposed to do Tucker Carlson. It's like, why don't we sell out all the things for hot sauce? Why do we need world leaders? Why do we need a government? Like I don't want to. Why can't I just have a farm with my wife and my kids and a couple thousand cows? That's all I need. We don't need countries. We don't need corporations and organizations. We don't need laws. You know, that's
It's not bad. It's actually not bad. I immediately knew who you were impersonating without even the prompts. So that's how you can tell it. You got a good impersonation going there.
Oh, thank you.
But yeah, I got it up on the screen now here. So you said President Barack Obama said Saturday night that he'll take it as a personal insult if the African-American community fails to turn out for the presidential election and encourage black voters to support Democratic candidate Hillary Clinton. Obama delivered his final keynote address to the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, symbolically passing the torch to the person that he hopes will succeed him next year. Clinton, his former Secretary of State, was honored for becoming the first female presidential nominee of a major party. Obama said his name may not be on the ballot, but issues of importance to the black community were, including justice, good schools, and ending mass incarceration. I will consider it a personal insult, an insult to my legacy, if this community lets down its guard and fails to activate itself in this election. Obama said, with a stern look and booming passion. I don't think I captured the booming passion there very accurately.
Neither does he, but go ahead.
Yeah. Well, it's 2016 Obama. What do you want? I mean, 2016 Obama didn't have anywhere near the energy of 2008 Obama.
There is footage of this too.
Trump, but then again, I mean... Yeah. Oh yeah, there's footage of it. Okay.
Yeah, now it's not in this article, but this particular speech, I do remember seeing actual footage of what he said. You want to send me a good send off? Go vote. Do what you know.
Why does Obama matter? Well, Big Bad Mama, to be fair, I issued a challenge earlier in the stream that said, is there any sort of equivalent of this in the left wing? And while I would say that this isn't an equivalent per se, it does represent a kind of loyalty test. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not making a full equivalence either.
Base. No, that's fair. But yeah, Obama definitely is signaling to his base here that he's going to be disappointed if they don't vote a certain way. Now,
but he also says two things. He says, my legacy, so he personalizes it to him as if it's a loyalty test to him. And also he talks about it as if it's the African-American community, not just Democrats at large or people who have progressive value sets, but the African-American community specifically has now tied their boat to Hillary, which is a hard sell. I'll say that much.
I agree with that, even contemporary, at least so far as the idea that associating the African-American community inherently with Hillary was kind of a silly thing to do. I agreed with that even contemporary to when it was happening. I think Obama was actually one of the first presidents sitting presidents to endorse a presidential candidate during the election. So there's something to be said about that for sure. But all I would say, as far as further context to put there, yes, he's talking about his legacy there, but there's no equivalent to the MAGA movement in
No.
Obama's time. There's no equivalent to a cult of personality whereby if you didn't agree with everything Obama said, Obama would throw you out of this group and say you're basically no longer valid in terms of somebody to be taken seriously because you disagree with me.
Right.
I never saw Obama engage in that kind of behavior, but you did qualify at the beginning that they weren't directly equivalent. So I still, nonetheless, I appreciate you providing the context, because I wouldn't throw a challenge out there just for the sake of it and go, well, I didn't actually mean that as a challenge. No, I appreciate that. So, do you want me to keep going with this, or do you feel like it's been?
No, I think that's the gist of it. But I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time here, but I did want to point that out because I feel like while it doesn't actually meet the challenge of MAGA, because at this point nothing does in terms of purely. I mean, it's quasi. I wouldn't call it a cult because they do allow you to leave without like harassing you, unlike Scientologists. I hope there's no Scientologists in the audience because But I would say there's definitely putting blinders on and the what I would call an insular, unfalsifiable, shall we say, fact check system. The one thing I will say is, it seems that in terms of vaccines, Israel, war, and corporations and different things like that, Trump is not exactly the straight libertarian Ron Paul Tea Party flavor of MAGA, and there is a fissure of what MAGA is even anymore. So even though he coined the term and put it on a hat, the isolationist, jingoistic MAGA branch has broken off from the Trump loyalist branch. You think that's fair?
I would say that to a degree that's fair, but I would also say that I would make the argument that from the beginning, Trump has inherently tried to tie the MAGA movement to him personally and make it about him as an individual. Not to say that other people obviously aren't allowed to be in it, otherwise it wouldn't be a movement, right? But like any movement surrounded by a cult of personality, I think that from the very beginning he endeavored to make the MAGA movement about him in a way that was unprecedented in organizations like the Tea Party. You never saw the Tea Party coalesce around a single person in the way that you saw them coalesce around Trump. And I agree that you're certainly beginning to see fissures about that. I've covered plenty of them on my show. You're certainly seeing lots of fissures, but I think that aberration that you're seeing in the MAGA movement that isn't surrounding Trump is just that. It's an aberration from the original movement. It's an innovation from the original movement, rather than being something that has kind of been there from the beginning. I don't know if there's really a strong case to be made for that.
Oh yeah,
there's still the Nick Fuentes branch, right?
Well, Nick Fuentes is pretty much
those who failed history class.
Nick Fuentes is pretty much like the Democrat that Democrats don't want. It was the Republican Republicans don't want. Now he's like, we should all vote Democrat. Why? What? Him and Tucker Carlson are kind of doing the what if reality is dumb kind of thing. They like hit like between Candace. It's amazing to me. I remember watching those broadcasts of Alex Jones between Kanye and Nick, and he's the voice of reason, and he looks disappointed, and he looks like, what has the world come to? Are these people crazy? and then now we have Nick saying just about anything he wants to the contrary of conservatism, and it's supposed to be pitched as paleo conservatism. Vote Democrat. Marriage is gay. All these kinds of stuff, and he still has more followers than anybody more worthy of listening to. Now there are people who I think are milquetoast, like Romney was milquetoast, and wasn't John?
Oh yeah, for sure.
All those kind of things.
Romney was the definition of milquetoast.
I remember the episode from My Cartoon President where Romney gets, well, it's been 20 years, and he pulls out a cold glass of milk and then drinks it. But that's the thing, is like when you give Republicans nothing.
You actually kind of hit upon something. You actually kind of hit upon something there, though, to me, though. I think that Biden is very much so the Democratic equivalent to Mitt Romney on the Republican Party. Because who the fuck was excited for Mitt Romney when he platformed himself in the Republican Party. Who the hell was like, yeah, Mitt, let's go gather around behind the guy that's name resembles the freaking thing you put on your hand when you're a little kid. Woo! No, I don't think there was a huge movement around him. And I think the same was true for Biden. I think that the majority of people who voted for Mitt Romney were people who just kind of held their nose and were like, okay, he's the guy with the R next to his name. The same was true with Joe. And really, the only difference between them was, I guess, Joe managed to eke out a presidency, even though he really kind of shouldn't have done that, as far as I was concerned. Even at the time when he became president, I was of the opinion, and I don't know if you diverge on me about this opinion, being a right winger yourself, but I personally think that it would have been a lot less damaging to the America if Trump had 2 consecutive terms rather than having 1 term and then a lame duck Joe Biden presidency that barely changes anything, if at all, of anything about Trump's term, and then another Donald Trump presidency on top of that. I think it's extended his influence and his reach over America in a undue fashion. What do you think?
Oh, well, definitely, because think about it. He loses the election. He goes to prison or jail, or one of the two. I still don't care to look up the difference. But he's behind bars. He gets a mugshot. He gets shot twice during the campaign. He goes through the whole Kraken thing with Sidney Powell. He's got all these things that are going on during his campaign. Meanwhile, Biden, I think Biden sat on an economy and suffocated it like a Cuomo brother in a nursing home, and just like could have unleashed it and let it do what it was going to do if he just stopped the lockdowns. That's one thing. And so I think people saw that and were very displeased about that, because the lockdown just seemed to go on forever and ever and ever. And it seemed like ultimately, I think, more economic cost and social cost and educational for children cost, if you want to throw that on there, than people were willing to go through. And I think that was, frankly, I thought it was actually not reasonable to go through all that. And so people were looking at these, what appeared to be authoritarian moves. And again, on even people who weren't on the right looked at the fact that when Karine Jean-Pierre had said that we made a hotline for children to call behind their parents' backs if they feel gender dysphoria and things like that, the average person is going to be appalled that even if you believe in the trans ideology, that you would make a system by which the government would have private access to children over parents. And so parents' rights became on the ballot, just like it did with Terry McAuliffe in the Virginia election, when he said, I don't think parents should be telling teachers what they should tell their kids. I mean, that's a 20-point drop right there. Just think, so out of touch, arrogant things like that were just unbelievable to the average American. And so giving Trump that legacy run of coming back from the ashes, it's like, we have to write this history book. I think a lot of people were like, look, he's got shot twice. He's running. He seems stronger than Biden. Biden beat Medicare. So we just have to write this ending.
Not only that, but Biden also, in a very Trump-like fashion, just totally betrayed his base when he said that he was only going to be a one-term president and that he was only running as president to prevent Trump from winning in 2020. So he totally went back on that and tried to double down on a second term when everybody around him could see that he was not fit for a second term. He got absolutely fucking booty blasted in that debate with Trump. Not to say that Trump performed great either.
No, these were not intellectual exercises.
No, it was just two septuagenarians yelling at each other for an hour and a half, as far as I was concerned. But anyway, the idea also is unfortunately that Trump will blame so much of his shortcomings on Biden. And he has the ability to do that now, because even whether it's true or not, and in the vast majority of the cases, I don't think that it is, when he blames Biden for all of these things that were either policies that he set in place or were held in place by Biden, he'll just shirk all the responsibility onto Biden, whereas if he had 2 terms consecutively, he would have had a much harder time trying to blame other people for the shortcomings of his administration. And whether you think that that's an anti-Trump position or not, I think that it's something that most Americans can get behind, because let's face it, I think we want our presidents to be honest. And whether they're honest because they're forced to be honest due to the circumstances around them or due to their character, their end result is still hopefully the same. America gets a more honest representation of the world around them, and I don't think they're getting that with the circumstances Trump had put before him.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why, along with the Epstein files, I can, as a guy who's definitely more of a 90s conservative, definitely more conservative socially and politically than Trump and, many people who would call themselves Christians who would support Trump and things like that. I have no problem saying, let's just see how this midterm goes. Let's just see how this election goes. Not because I like all the things the Democrats are going to do. I don't. But in terms of like, you get what you reap, what you sow. I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah,
we got to wake up. And
I have to. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I plan on in the future if I gotta reprioritize. Streaming is just much more fun than real life, But I got a whole lot of real life to do. But if I had my way, if I had like all my ducks in a row in a nice way, which of course nobody does in this life, but if I did, what I'd like to do is do more streams attacking the Fuentes right, attacking the anti-Semitic right, and all that kind of stuff, especially those who call themselves Christians and haven't read Romans 9, 10, and 11 about not being high-minded against the Jews and wanting to, provoke them to jealousy to turn to Christ,
right,
see them saved. It's like, have you like don't give me your Christian nationalism crap. All this kind of stuff. Anyway, but that's the kind of thing I would like to focus a lot more of my attention on, not to virtue signal to the left, but because we need to clean up wherever the heck the right is going, because weak sauce wasn't doing it and Trump sauce isn't doing it. And we need something that is actually substantive and cohesive, even if, you yourself might disagree, that's understood. But I think there is a cohesive, rational side to the right that we kind of had more of a glimpse of in the 90s than we do now. And probably
I would agree with that. I would agree with that, actually, pretty full-heartedly. By the way, I put your link to the channel out there in the chat. Everybody that's interested in re-examination, go check out his channel. Go subscribe.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sure you'd appreciate. Of course. But when it comes to conservatism, yeah, I think that there were definitely two kinds of conservatism. There's the kind that you're kind of espousing right now, and then there's the more extreme version that we're seeing crop up more and more frequently in a modern context. And I agree with you in saying that while I disagree with both sides of conservatism, I think that one of them is a lot more rational. I think one of them is a lot more coherent. And I think one of them is a lot more conducive to a society where people aren't rounded up into camps. So let's focus on that one and try to promote that one over the camp one is what I kind of go toward personally.
I would love to challenge these people who are like super popular right now to throw, Ben Shapiro in the totally last season bucket. And I'm like, really? Think of somebody who is more level-headed than Ben Shapiro, who's super popular on the right now. Like, say what you will about Ben Shapiro and Israel. All they have is Ben Shapiro's a Jew and Ben Shapiro supports Israel. Look, if I was a Jew and I felt nervous, like, I don't know, all around the planet, you bet your bottom dollar I would support the last place on earth that maybe I could find a place to live, because I knew that the government had the interest of the survival of me. And and half the people in many of these Western countries, maybe not so much. I'm still waiting for that fourth debate between myself and Andrew to come out, because that's just like hopping on one leg, because we cover ethnostatism more specifically, and he argues for it from a Christian sort of like freedom of association sort of perspective. And so one of the things he says, and I don't know if I'm like violating some rule by saying it before it comes out, but one of the things he says is, do you have the choice, which is ironic because he argues against rights, the existence of rights. He goes say there are no rights.
He's one of those people.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And then he's like, well, don't you have the right to choose where you live? I said, yeah. Don't you have the right to choose who your neighbors are? I said, yeah. Yeah, because but that's not the same thing as saying that there is the claim or the implication that there's some intrinsic tie between people due to phenotype or any other perceived lineage that you draw lines around.
Correct. The association between those two things is baseless, to put it kindly.
Right.
No, that's
But
good. I'm really glad to hear that, and I really do hope that that gets put out soon because that would be awesome. I'm sure you'll do some coverage on that on your channel as well. Maybe I'll be able to tune into that. I'd love to tune into that because when it comes to topics like that, I think that the more people, especially the more people on the right who kind of, let's face it, you being on the right, somebody on the right is going to listen to you a lot more than they're going to listen to somebody like me. It's
Yeah.
just the truth of the matter. I think that people like you who are a lot more reasonable are going to do a lot better at communicating those things than perhaps people like me will be able to do. So I appreciate you being out there and doing those things. It serves a really vital utility in the current dialogue.
Absolutely, and I appreciate your willingness to hear me out and listen, because I can hear you out and listen to you too. Because if anything we've learned about each other with our talks is we're not out here to stab each other's eyeballs out. We're here to have a rational discussion that mimics
Right.
what civilization should look like.
Exactly. Well, thank you for being here, Reexamination.
Absolutely. I'm a dip, and you enjoy the rest of the Aiden Linden Show. Like and subscribe. Go back to his back channels and like all of his videos. Have a good one.
Thanks very much, sir. Take care. All right.
Bye.
So,
See you.
are you dipping out as well, Mr. Logo? Oh, you're saying goodbye to him.
No, I'm
Sorry.
here.
I thought that you were saying
I'm
goodbye
here.
to me. I was like, oh no, you're going too. Cool. I'm glad to hear that you're sticking around. All right. Let's keep going
Yes.
with
I would like to add one thing.
Yes, please do.
That MAGA, like Make America Great Again, is what it stands for, right?
Right.
That great USA isn't even a thing. Like, in principle, we are the ones who have that. Great Britain versus Great Britain. That has a historic reality, right? Because Britain is just England, and Great Britain is England and Wales and Scotland. And we Germans have a notion of this, right? There's small Germany and Great Germany, right? Great Germany being Germany plus Austria as one country. And we are happy that this did not come to pass, that this did not happen. There was some guy called Metternich at the Congress of Vienna who was against it, right? And who decided that it will be the small German solution, not the great German solution. And the one who tried to revive it was Hitler. Right, by that Anschluss, that integrating Austria. That is the great German solution, right? And in principle, we are the ones who have such a notion, great Germany. But great USA isn't a thing. It's not historic reality. It doesn't exist. So you cannot make it great again because it was not in the first place. It was I had to look that up, the exact words of that, what that was founded on. It said, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest lost to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. So this is the basis of America, right?
Right.
Immigration and this is one not great, like empire nightmares or some bullshit.
No,
Right?
it's supposed to stand on higher ideals than that.
Yeah. So we were the ones who had kind of an empire, right? Or Hitler wanted to appeal to that and to
right.
To other
and that's what I was about to
cultures.
say is that look at the legacies that those sorts of states left behind in their wake. You know, the ideas, although I'm sure people like Metternich, who you'd mentioned earlier, couldn't possibly foresee somebody like Hitler coming around and hijacking those ideas in the way that they did. Those ideas ultimately led to untold death and destruction and human suffering. And the same is true for Britain as well. The British Empire was certainly not an empire bereft of human suffering. You know, they like to pride themselves on saying, oh, we were one of the first to ever outlaw slavery. And yeah, that's true. But how long did you have slavery and actively participate and sponsor by the state level slavery in your history leading up to that? That's just as relevant as you making the claim that you were one of the first empires to ever abolish it. So this idea of greatness that you're alluding to, you're right. It has this history that is not necessarily as great as it might want to purport itself to be.
Yes, and there's another ironic thing.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to read Big Bad Mama's comment really quickly. Conservatives in recent years have supported the most wasteful spending, overall higher budget deficits. That's true, Big Bad Mama. Go ahead, Mr. Logo. Sorry.
There's another disconnect, which goes back to those. I mean, now they are maybe all employed by this ICE, right? But before they were called the Proud Boys, right? Those wannabe fascists in USA, right? There's another ironic thing. Their own role model, those actual fascists from back 80 years ago, would not have accepted them as in any way equal, as in any way Aryan or whatever, right? That's
No, I
the
agree.
big irony. I mean, when your role model disowns you, I mean, that's a new low even for their
I mean,
already low standard, right?
and there's a long
Because
history of
when I
that
was
being.
browsing through old books at home back.
Oh, you cut out there for a second, Mr. Logo. All right, you're back. Sorry, you were browsing through old books.
Sorry, that is yeah. I found a dictionary from the year 1938. I mean, my family didn't regard that as for them. This was an old book and it was outdated. But I saw that this book is a huge package of history, right? Because it was roughly printed in the year was printed 1938, but it mentioned the Anschluss, in I think it's March 38, right? But it did not mention the integration of Sudetenland and attack on Czechoslovakia and then World War II, right?
Right.
So
Because
it was about
context.
in maybe summer or printed summer or end of the year 38, summer 38, right? So, and this book was defining things like what is fascism, what is Nazism, what is national, what is, and it also gave opinions about Britain, about France, about World War One. It just called it World War, right?
Right, the Great
and
War.
the interesting idea, what it is, even it said, they said as quote unquote Aryan as those British people are supposed to be. It said they are not, because they are not Germans, they are not Germanic enough to be regarded as equal in any way. That was their view. That is not something people in USA should strive for or should incorporate or should, because they would have not been seen as equal. They would have been seen as subhuman, as dirt, as shit. That's what that book was covering up. And they even said Britain had so many people in from their colonies that they, in their view, regarded that so-called race as dirty. And the same for France, because of people from Northern Africa and from their colonies, which is despicable, which is the lowest of the low, which is nonsense at the highest degree. And I'm baffled about that. Some Americans today have no problem with this and want to feel any kind of appeal to this and feel kind of equal to this. This is absurd at the highest degree.
No, I agree absolutely.
Right.
And fascism has a. Sorry, go ahead. If you weren't finished, please go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm finished.
No, that's okay. That was an excellent monologue that you just gave right there, because it summarized a lot of very important things. One of the things I'd build off of that by saying is that fascism has a long history of appropriating other ideas in a way that is not accurate to the actual history of how those ideas were reflected in the context of those states that they're trying to ape, right? Because both in the context of Mussolini's fascism and in the case of Germanic Nazism, you see Hitler on multiple occasions maligning the early history of his people and saying, oh, the Germanic people, they have no history, but the people that do have the history, the people that we do need to look up to, are the people of Rome, the Roman Empire. Those are the people that we need to look up to. Those are the people that we need to identify with. And in both of their instances, I mean, look at the architecture that both Hitler and Mussolini were attempting to erect for themselves. The buildings that were meant to dot Berlin, most of which never even got underway in terms of their construction, but the conceptualization, the architectural plans, they still exist. We can still look at those. And they try to echo this very Romanesque kind of style of architecture and Romanesque way of thinking. But when you actually delve into what they're saying, what they have to say and their ideas about race and their ideas about ethnicity and their ideas about Aryan superiority are something that you don't find any analog to whatsoever in any Roman historian's writings at all. They have to completely make that up whole cloth and import that into other ideas. So while what you're saying is true, while those people at those times, while people in Mussolini, while primarily Nazi Germany, because they had much more of a racial component to their ideas than Mussolini's implementation of fascism. But in any case, in much the same way that they would view modern fascism in America as shit and would view them as people that don't embody their ideas, the Romans, who those fascists themselves were trying to emulate, would view them as shit and not worth their time and not worthwhile. So it's unfortunately, it's almost like a human centipede where one just eats the shit of the other and it progressively just gets worse and worse and worse and more horrible and more awful and more destructive each and every single implementation that's given. At least that's the pattern I've observed.
Yeah.
Would you disagree with that?
It's a self-destructive behavior, right?
Right, absolutely. Um, so I was going to get back into the article that I was reading before, if that's all right. Oh, wait, reexamination says Gavin McInnes has been trying to get Nick to like Jewish people. It hasn't worked. I mean, he's just one of many people out there, unfortunately, that have really backwards anti Semitic ideas, actual anti Semitic ideas, not the criticism of Israel, which some people try to equate to anti Semitism. But, anyways, let me go back to the article that I was reading before and finish that article because I hadn't quite gotten through it. The Defense Department, oh wait, let me go one paragraph up. The Pentagon churned through about $5.6 billion worth of munitions during the first 2 days of the U.S. war with Iran, a congressional source familiar with the matter told The Hill Monday night. The Defense Department delivered the estimate to Congress on Monday, the source said. The source did not elaborate on what kind of munitions were expanded, and which I imagine that meant to be expended, and what kind were utilized during the first 48-hour window. Worries about munitions supplies has been raised since the beginning of the war, but the Trump administration has dismissed concerns that the military is feeling the strain on its munitions stockpiles. I mean, I don't doubt that. I really don't doubt that at all. I imagine that $5.6 billion worth of munitions is just a drop in the bucket. But like I said before, when I was first talking about this article, it's what that represents in the long term. What that represents over the course of one of these forever wars, which is what this is going to be. It's going to result in a forever war. It's going to result in the U.S. just involving itself in this conflict indefinitely, just like it did with Iraq and Afghanistan and so many of these other areas of the world that they still have bases in now. Do you think that if America gets a foothold in Iran, that they're not going to also try to build a few bases there?
Yeah, in 2001, after the attacks on that World Trade Center, right? There was one country that was offering to help and to go after those who actually organized that, right? In Afghanistan, in order to keep any foreign involvement out of the region. You know which country that was?
Which?
That was the Islamic Republic of Iran. Right?
Right.
Isn't that ironic? Right? When
Yeah.
when the West is trashing everything that is starting to grow up, right? Every kind of hope. And that's the thing. When I was living there, someone literally told me the only thing, because it's so quick, they are also like often doing that, shouting "Enkelab," which means revolution, right? And he said something interesting. He said the only solution for this country is not more and more revolutions or democracy soldiers, he called that, which means influence from outside, right? Intervention from outside, but slow reforms.
Right.
Right?
Because that's going to be a lot more effective at actually seeing the policy changes that you want within those regions as compared to just violent upheaval, which is what is so often the case when these regime changes take place. Not Phantom X11 says, was it? I thought I was Human Centipede 47. Well, not Phantom X11. That's okay, buddy. Because even if you were Human Centipede 47, you're still welcome around these parts. We accept all comers. You know, we're like the beginning of the foundations of Rome. If you look back to their legends about who came to Rome in the early days of their foundation, it wasn't their best, I'll tell you that. It was a bunch of criminals and outlaws and stuff like that. So you're welcome around here. You're welcome. Anyways, let's take a look at what this article has to say. The source did not elaborate. Oh, I read that. Military officials in briefings have not provided details, given munition supplies are a security and intelligence issue. The US-Israeli war with Iran is now in its 11th day, and it is unclear how long it will last. On Monday, President Trump characterized the war as short-term and indicated that it could end soon. Quote,
the sad thing is, the sad thing is that this weakens the resistance inside Iran. That weakens any opposition and anyone who is not a hardliner. It strengthens hardliners.
Of course it
right?
does.
As
When
it
you make a
always does.
martyr out of their Ayatollah, how is it doing? How does it
Yes.
do anything but strengthen the hardliners?
Yes, exactly. And and maybe that's even his intention, to weaken the opposition.
I mean, it's certainly possible. To read the quote, "We took a little excursion because we felt that we had to do that to get rid of some evil. And I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion," the president said. "How good is our military, right? Amazing. How good? Short term. Short term." I'm sure that's what everybody is going to be saying months from now. Months and years from now, they're going to be going, yep, short term. That's what this was. Hegseth did not say Tuesday morning how long the war will go on, but emphasized that our will is endless. Yeah, and so are your coffers for causing human misery and destruction, so I don't doubt that. Ultimately, the president gets to determine the end state of those objectives, right? Hegseth said during the press briefing at the Pentagon. But what he's said continually, and I want the American people to understand, is this is not endless. Right. Right. The fact that you have to spend so much time trying to convince the American public that it's not an endless war is kind of a fun little commentary in itself, isn't it? Because it really has gotten to a fever pitch amongst the common American people, where enough people have in fact woken up and gone, holy shit, we really are just endlessly throwing our money away in these wars. Do you think that this is what fucking Bush was saying in 2003? No. He wasn't using this kind of rhetoric at all, because the playbook hadn't been fucking exhausted yet at that point. But it's gotten to a point where the government just has to overtly come out and say, no, it's not like the other times, guys. Not at all. So far, the US military has hit over 5,000 targets inside Iran since the conflict broke out, and it has sunk or damaged more than 50 Iranian ships, defense officials said this week. Hegseth said Tuesday morning that, quote, today will be, yet again, our most intense day of strikes inside Iran. The most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes. Oh, wait, is this? Yep, no, this isn't Trump. Started sounding like Trump, but I didn't want to read the voice without confirming it. The most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes. Intelligence more refined and better than ever. So that's on one hand, the Pentagon chief told reporters. On the other hand, the last 24 hours have seen Iran fire the lowest number of missiles they've ever been capable of firing yet. Yeah, because missiles aren't even the primary focus of the Iranian offense at this point, dude. You're talking about missiles in the same way that the French at the beginning of the Second World War were obsessed about the Maginot Line. Oh, look at the Maginot Line, guys. We have this awesome Maginot Line. It's so impressive. They don't care about missiles anywhere near to the amount that they care about drones, because they're capable of producing far more drones, far more effectively, far more quickly than they are any amount of missiles. And those drones have been shown devastating massive areas all around the Gulf in real time right now because they have tens of thousands of them. Missiles are becoming more and more outdated. I know that America largely relies on Patriot missiles and THAADs and things like that in order to try and shoot down these drones. So they're clearly trying to export their thinking onto the Iranians here, much like the French did. Oh, we're thinking statically, we're thinking defensively, so we're going to have a repeat of the First World War on the Western Front, just like we did in 1914 to 1918. And that's not what happened at all, because the Germans weren't thinking the same way that the French were. And due to their extremely unorthodox way of thinking, they completely overwhelmed the French. And I don't think that that's what's going to happen here. I don't think Iran is going to like push out and overwhelm their enemy. What I'm saying is that this is another example of the enemy just totally miscalculating what their opponent is doing, not understanding what the actual objectives are. And if they do understand it, they're not representing it accurately to the American people, where they're talking about missiles when that's not what the Iranians are focused on right now at all. They're focused on drones. Anyway,
Yeah, and
unless you had something to add, Mr. Lobo, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to, maybe it's a sidetrack, I'm not sure, but it's impressing in Iran how much that conflict is still stuck in them. And the one against Iraq from 1980 to 88, that is so present in Iran. Everywhere, on every building, there's one of these fallen heroes, right?
It's because it killed so much of their population. It affected so many people within that country that it's without any precedent in recent American history. So they don't have any frame of reference, nor do I, quite frankly, of what they're talking about when they have such veneration for the heroes of that conflict. It's because it was so devastating.
And even they had at one day they had at the university they had display of bunkers, and even some of the students even expressed their disgust because they said, oh, they have fake blood there. So they had some kind of display of items of that conflict, right? Like sandbags and bunkers and stuff. So to keep that present, right? In because every family had losses, every family had casualties.
Right.
And I even heard someone who said, yeah, he saw like glass breaking even in Tehran from planes from Iraq, right? But all those Iranians, they were storming and they were even like advancing into Iraq, right? But then they ran into gas clouds and they had no essential, not much protection. And you know why Saddam had those?
Because the Americans provided it to him. I mean, unfortunately, in much like so many other instances, it's because America provided him with the means to do that, because Saddam at that point in time was an American ally, and because Iran at that point in time was viewed as a rogue terrorist state, much like it is nowadays.
And it's over the top. The hypocrisy is boiling over, right? And I hope Missing Mod is listening to this, right?
I mean, I hope that at the end of the day, when it comes to people like that, I've said it before and I'll say it again. All I ask is that if you don't want to participate in politics, if you want to say that I'm just not interested or I have too much going on in my life or any of those things, then all that I ask in return is that you don't be super opinionated about things like that. I think that that's pretty reasonable, because why be so opinionated about something that you have yourself said you don't want to take the time to look into because it stresses you out so much? I mean, I think that that's a pretty reasonable trade-off. If you want to take the time to look into those things and get really informed about it, I say the same thing about evolution, by the way. It's not like I'm making some special exception for this argument. I think any topic in life, if you're going to be very strongly opinionated about it, you need to take the time to look into that topic and inform yourself about it. Because if you don't, then you're going to not represent it as accurately as you could, and you could come across not looking the best as a result, and that's not a good thing for anybody. Nobody enjoys that. So I think that that's the best thing to do. Now, I have something here. Go ahead.
Can I add one thing more? At one point, I was walking down the road to and saw the German embassy, right?
Right.
And there was also the Americans don't have their embassy there even at that time in about 2008. They had the Swiss embassy, which was for them at that point, right? But there was the French embassy, there was the British embassy, and in front of the German embassy, I found a sign which said, I have to remember, I wrote that down, but I didn't, it's not a literal thing. I wrote that from memory.
Right.
Which said, Saddam Hussein was the dictator of Iraq. Iraq had been in a conflict with Iran from 1980 to 88. There has been a use of chemical weapons by Saddam Hussein in that conflict. The German government is aware of the involvement of the German industry in Saddam's attempt to produce such weapons. The German government feels strongly about the grief of many Iranian families and the desperation of Iran's sons, fathers, and brothers in that conflict. In no way was it the intention of the German government to increase the suffering and the desperation of Iran's families because of those weapons. I was searching for a similar humbleness in any other embassy, like British embassy, French embassy. I did not find it. I mean, that is outstanding that they were able to put some, that was some iron, what is that called? Display, where these letters were engraved.
Plaque, you mean?
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. I agree. Exactly. I don't think that you'll find that level of respectfulness with any of these other nations, unfortunately. Now, Big Bad,
because they all delivered equipment to produce poison gas.
Correct.
Right?
So
that's what they did.
Big Bad Mama says President Trump on Monday continued to suggest, which, by the way, just for anybody that's watching this on another day or something like that, that's yesterday. The day after I did a giant stream that included covering exactly this talking point and refuting the idea that, oh, Iran launched that missile against its own people, and that's why all of those people died. It was because they did it to their own people. So apparently, the very next day, President Trump continued to suggest, without evidence, that Iran bombed an elementary school in the southern part of the country. And the only reason I correlate those two things, my show and that event, is because if a dumb shit like me is capable of refuting that as an idea, then why the hell is the President of the United States, who's never heard of me and will never hear of me in any capacity whatsoever, not capable of identifying that and recognizing that? Or just maybe, just possibly, he knows that that's bullshit, which I think is more than likely the case. I think he knows that that's bullshit. I think he knows that he's pushing a bunch of propaganda, because I think even a dumb shit like Trump can recognize that what happened with this bombing of this school was unacceptable and indefensible on any level whatsoever. There's no possible way that you can justify what took place there. Anyways, he claims Iran may have a Tomahawk missile. Yeah. I'm sure Iran has American-made and American-produced. No, you know who always happens to have American-made and American-produced weaponry, though? It's the Mujahideen. Yeah, it's people like that. It's people like Al-Qaeda and ISIS that happen to have American choppers and American rifles and American munitions. It's people like that America actually went out of their way to go and fund. Those are the people who tend to have things like Tomahawk missiles, which America, last I checked, never gave to any of those organizations, because even America understands that there's limits to what it should give out to these organizations. So no, I'm pretty damn sure Iran didn't just commandeer a bunch of fucking Tomahawks without international knowledge. I'm pretty damn sure that it was, in fact, America that bombed that school. But hey, maybe I'm just crazy. I'm just some crazy left-wing nutjob. Why am I talking about this as a Canadian? I'm not allowed to talk about this as a Canadian. You neither, Mr. Logo. You German. You kraut out here trying to talk about international affairs. You're not allowed to do that. No, I'm just joking. I have a document, which, by the way, for everybody that's watching this, if you haven't, please like the stream. Oh, Achilles is here. Hey, Achilles. Welcome to the stream.
Hey,
Hope you're
Achilles.
doing well
Hello.
today.
Hey, everybody. I was muted. Okay.
No,
Hi.
you're good. I know mute buttons. I know how mute buttons work, folks.
I know them. I know them good. So, no. Hey, no, they're not gonna. The excuse is not that there is some justification for the bombing of the schools. No, they're saying of the school and the hospitals that are getting bombed right now. No, they're saying it's Iran that did it. They killed their own children.
Right.
To accuse Israel. I mean, is there any limit to how far they push the goalpost? Like, it's gone beyond reason.
Oh, beyond any reason whatsoever.
Right. I mean, there's no winning. I was out with a friend, and we were just. She was asking me, how are Americans dealing with Trump? I mean, how can they take that president?
Right.
And I'm like, what do you mean? Do you mean the war thing? No. The minute he opens his mouth, how can they take it? How? And I'm like, yeah, you should come to the live streams, because you'll see it's not him.
Right. Right. No, I try to keep it real around here. I really do. And I'm very glad for everybody out here that's willing to sit here and listen to these discussions, because I think they're important for people to have opinions on. I think it's important that people talk about it, and even for people who disagree with the things that are being talked about here. Not that Reexamination disagreed with this; he disagreed with another thing when he came on earlier. But I think the idea that people are able to come on here and voice those opinions is a good thing, because I don't want this to just be an echo chamber where people are only allowed to talk one particular form of opinion or view. I have a question for you guys, though, because I think I have concluded my Iran segment. Now, I do have something regarding Lebanon coming up after this, but have any of you heard of the bonus army in the history of the United States? specifically the March of the Bonus Army during the Great Depression. Because
Oh, I'd love to hear.
no, and that's intentional. There's
No,
already
I'd love to learn about it because I've never heard of it before.
yeah.
So I'm all
So
ears.
this is a documentary that came out by PBS, but it's been uploaded by several other people on YouTube. I've seen several other people
Fake news, people.
that have it. And if they've gotten several 100,000 views just playing it with no commentary, I figured it would be okay if we played it with commentary every once in a while over it. So let's take a look. Mr. Logo, have you ever heard of the Bonus Army and the March of the Bonus Army and the history of the United States?
No.
All right.
What army? What is that called?
It's called the Bonus Army, and I'm going to show precisely what I'm talking about right here. Now, this is for this segment. I'm not going to mince words. This is for people, specifically for Americans, but other people in other countries as well who just think that their military is always out there to support the troops, and that the country's always out there to support the troops, and that, maybe you went out and you went and fought and bled and suffered for your country in this war, but at the very least, you're going to come home and you're going to be taken care of, right? Let's see precisely how they got taken care of in this particular documentary.
In the summer of 1932, at the height of the Great Depression, an impoverished army of 45,000 World War I.
What? No, it's on the screen. It's on the screen.
It's on the screen. I see it on the studio, but I don't see it on Restream. Maybe it's because it's always 5 seconds later. So I don't know.
Yeah, hold on. Let me check on.
Yep. It's there. Okay, sorry for pausing it.
No, you're good. You're good. I'd rather we have a false alarm and everything be okay than not know and have 37 seconds of dead air. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
In the summer of 1932, at the height of the Great Depression, an impoverished army of 45,000 World War I veterans marched on Washington, D.C.
They believed that if they came to Congress, that Congress would finally authorize immediate payment of bonds that they had been promised for the losses that they suffered during World War I.
But Congress refused to pay the bonus, and the Army brutally drove the veterans away.
It's war, the greatest concentration of fighting troops in Washington since 1865.
This is the saga of the Bonus Army, and a march that changed the nation.
Remember my forgotten man. You put a rifle in his hand. Forgotten, help me see, means you're forgetting me like my forgotten.
Major funding for this program was provided by the Disabled American Veterans National Service Foundation. Since World War I, DAV has helped veterans recover from the wounds and scars of war. DAV, building better lives for America's disabled veterans and their families. Additional production support provided by Tawani Foundation, promoting the ideal of the citizen soldier at the Pritzker Military Library.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for the funding. I appreciate that, everybody. I wanted to at least get that first one out there, but all right, let's go on with the documentary.
America was not prepared when it entered World War I in 1917. Fighting the Germans required young American men by the millions, and the only way to get them was through conscription.
The American Army, for the first time in its history, will be composed of a majority of conscripted troops. And when the draft is explained to the American people, it's called selective service.
Some men were selected to fight, others to work in needed defense industries, or as farmers.
So it's a different conception of military service as work, as opposed to just simply a civic duty.
The first American troops arrived in France in June of 1917. In just 18 months, nearly 100,000 lost their lives. 200,000 more were wounded or gassed. Also, over there, were hundreds of thousands of African American soldiers. Barred from combat with American units, many fought courageously under the French flag.
For the first time, many of these people experienced what it was like to be treated as fully human beings by white people.
When the armistice was signed on November 11th, 1918, most of the...
Can you imagine that, by the way? Can you imagine going to another continent and not even being treated as a human being by your fellow soldiers, but only being treated that way by another country entirely? Oh, Mr. Logo's backstage for some reason. Sorry. I didn't realize that you were backstage. Oh, you guys are both having connection.
I'm here. I'm in front stage, but I have to drop out. Sorry, it's late here.
No, that's okay.
Thank you for the show, Aiden.
Good to see you, Mr. Logo.
Yeah. Achilles, bye. See you, Aiden. Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Which Aiden reminds me of the stories of African Americans, how they were treated in World War II by the U.S.
Right.
Oh, they were taken to war, all right, but they always had a white general giving them orders. They couldn't eat at the same place that their white fellow soldiers were eating. I wanted to say comrades, but somebody told me that's a communist war.
You're not allowed to say that word anymore,
Yeah,
Achilles. I'm sorry. You're not allowed to say that. You mean
So
like
yeah, they were treated like humans from France, but it took another, I don't know, 70 years to be treated as humans from the US, which they helped build.
I mean, the song, pretty sure it's Bob Marley, Buffalo Soldier. You know, people think of it as just a stoner reggae song that you just sit around and smoke some weed to, man. But if you actually listen to the lyrics that song is talking about, it's talking about exactly that. It's talking about somebody being stolen from Africa and brought to America and having a gun put in their hand and being forced to participate in a conflict that, first of all, they don't even really know anything about because they don't have any direct association with it. And secondly, because they're not even being treated like a human being while being forced to fight in said conflict. So yeah, it's unfortunately a long and storied tradition in American history.
Yep.
Americans that had served would never be the same. As the first waves of troops returned from Europe, the nation turned out to honor them with parades. But veterans quickly realized the high price they had paid.
Let's say a guy didn't go to war, stayed home, worked in an arms factory. He would probably get maybe 10 times as much as a soldier would. Soldier in combat was getting about $1.25 a day.
Soon after the war, veterans began to argue that soldiers...
Seems like an appropriate allocation of resources. The people that get sent to a completely different continent get completely uprooted from their lives as they knew it before, and possibly have to give their lives on the battlefield. Yeah, let's just pay them a tiny fraction of what the people back home are making. Yeah, really taking good care of your soldiers here, America. What a good, long, storied history America has of taking care of its own.
And it makes sense because a lot of millionaires back then, they weren't billionaires yet. You know, being a millionaire back then meant you were a billionaire today.
Right.
They had to send, some of them had to send their children to war, but not at the front, you know, because they had connections. So they were sent to the factories. Correct. And that's why the allocation of money went to those kind of soldiers. So
unfortunately, yeah, that is the case. So let's watch.
Should be compensated for the wages they lost while serving their country.
They very carefully used the terms adjusted compensation to be clear that what they are asking for is not a bonus. They are asking for back wages that are due to them. It was the detractors who called it a bonus.
Finally, in 1924, Congress...
Which is important, because even the terminology that we use today, think about that. even though this conflict that occurred here is so unknown throughout American history, even the name by which it goes to this day is a moniker that is against the people that attempted to seek justice on this march. I just think that's really important to highlight.
World War I veterans adjusted universal compensation.
A law had granted them the bonus, equivalent to $1 to $1.25 a day for every day they served, which in many cases would be $600, $800, $1,000.
But there was a catch.
They don't get a nickel of the money until 1945, unless they die. That's what they call it, the tombstone bonus.
In 1928, Herbert Clark Hoover, a self-made millionaire, was elected president. In his inaugural address, Hoover proclaimed that the future of the country was bright with hope. Just 7 months later, the stock market collapsed, and the country descended into the Great Depression. In America, in 1932, hunger and desperation stalked the land.
And keep in mind, like, when people think of the people that are marching, these soldiers that are going to participate here, this is the backdrop that they have to deal with. This is the world that they're living in, where not only now do they have to fight for a country that is being reluctant to give them even the most basic shred of decency in the form of their back pay, but now is gripped in the throes of the worst depression that it's arguably ever experienced in its history, at the very least within the last century. So this is the world that these people were living in when they went and asked for these payments.
25% of workers were unemployed, and many were veterans. One of them was Walter W. Waters, down on his luck in Portland, Oregon.
He had been a sergeant in the war, and that's an indication that you were a pretty good soldier. And there were a lot of veterans sitting around trying to find what to do next.
You said something?
I was very surprised with the coincidence of where this general was from, Portland, Oregon.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting?
Because my previous thought on what you said is that today's soldiers are faced with something similar back home. Like we are, this time we don't label it the Great Depression, but it's worldwide. And what is really striking to me is that every time there is some protest in the US, their freedom of the right to protest is there, but also it's there for the right to counter protest. So whenever there is a protest, there is one across the street protesting against the protest. And I don't know, man, I don't know. And then I hear that name. I'm like, yeah, that's where I saw that last time.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not something that's gone away. This isn't something that's like, oh, it's in the before time. And that's the thing that I'm trying to drive home by playing this more than anything else, is that the idea that America was once this great, amazing, shining beacon on the hill, A, is not as simplistic as what you make it out to be, but B, do you think America is treating its soldiers any better now than they were treating them then? In spite of the fact that the conflict those soldiers had to go through is arguably far worse than anything people have had to go through. And not to say that the veterans of modern conflicts haven't gone through hell, of course they have. But World War I, if you look into the conditions that people had to go through in that conflict, I mean, I can't even imagine what those people had to go through, what those people had to suffer, the absolute ringer that those people got put through all sorts of different conflicts throughout the Western Front. Now, America wasn't there as long as the other Entente allies, but their contribution in terms of the men that went over there is still appreciated nonetheless. And it's apparently more appreciated by people like me and Achilles, unfortunately, than it is not only by the people in this documentary, but by a lot of modern Americans today as well, unfortunately.
Yep.
Then came a ray of hope. A bill calling for an immediate cash payment of the veterans' bonus was introduced in Congress. Waters became obsessed with it.
During this time, I was anxiously watching reports in the newspapers of the progress of bonus legislation. And I noticed that the highly organized lobbies in Washington were producing results, regardless of the justice or injustice of the demand.
At a meeting of jobless veterans, Waters stood up and urged them to march on Washington.
And when that happened, it kind of clicked for these guys. Eventually, there were about 300 of them. And they go down to the railroad yard to hop freights. And they go all the way across the country to Washington.
And you know what? All these MAGA people, all these people that want to talk about the old ideals of America and how we need to go back to them. What the hell is more American than a group of people that have been wronged by the government deciding, you know what we need to do, guys? We need to go, and rather than make a bunch of violence, rather than make a big hullabaloo and create a giant problem, we're going to go march on Washington, and we're going to make the redress of our grievances known to the government as is outlined in our rights by the Constitution of the United States. What is more American than that? MAGA?
Macing them.
Yeah, apparently.
Right? Because now we have that, and you can't even march to Washington, can you?
No, nowadays, if you march in one of these things, you're labeled as a domestic terrorist.
Mm-hmm.
Once I built a railroad, I made it run.
They called themselves the Bonus Expeditionary Force, or BEF, a play on the American Expeditionary Force, the collective name for the troops sent to France. But soon, they were simply known as the Bonus Army. They carried knapsacks, or duffel bags, or bedrolls, with tin cups dangling. They had $30 among them. Meanwhile, word of the BEF was spreading. Even as Waters and his men were heading towards the Capitol, 25 vets from Tennessee were circling the White House in a truck bearing the sign, "We want our bonus."
And they start from everywhere. They start from Los Angeles. They start from Las Vegas. They start from Mississippi and Texas. They come from everywhere.
Antonio Oliver, a veteran gassed in the Argonne Forest in France, drove from Pennsylvania with his twin sons, Nick and Joe.
My dad got word to march on Washington and thump the tub for the bonus that they promised the veterans in 1924. And I think it was approaching dawn when he got there. And my father woke us up, says, "There's the Capitol building." I never forgot that.
While streams of bonus marchers headed toward the Capitol, Pelham Glassford, the new D.C. police chief, prepared for their invasion.
I had been aware from the first that the BEF was symbolic of the vast army of unemployed. Anything unfortunate that happened might easily precipitate widespread social disorder.
I mean, maybe the widespread social disorder was necessary in order to prompt change. It's not to say that, once again, like, any kind of social disorder is always immediately correlated with the most extreme form of it. Anytime that people, especially people in authority, want you to think of social disorder, they want you to think of burning buildings, they want you to think of people shooting other people in the streets, they want you to think of absolute anarchy and chaos. Whereas in reality, yeah. Whereas in reality, the vast majority of the time, any kind of civil discourse, any kind of civil disagreement that happens in American history is not violent. It is people that are trying to get a redress of their grievances as outlined in the American Constitution. Christian, welcome to the live stream. I hope you're doing well. I can hear you.
Hey. Greetings.
Have you ever heard of the Bonus Army, Christian?
I'm playing Pokemon Red version, Aiden.
Christian, if you're going to be here, you're going to learn.
I'm learning.
Son. You're going to
Tell me, Aiden, tell me.
You don't know anything about him?
Tell me, what is the name of it again?
It's the Bonus Army.
I don't know anything about it.
All right. Well, you're gonna learn, Christian.
Okay.
You're gonna learn.
Give him a
Put the
summary.
Game Boy down, Christian. Put it down. You put it down.
I'm gonna do the Mew glitch, Aiden.
Christian.
The Pokemon is from the enemy.
I care about Pokemon more than I care about the history of my country. My
That's
name's Christian
probably
White.
true.
All right. Well, I'm playing it anyway. You mute up, son. If you got nothing, if you're gonna be playing your video, you play your video. You mute up so I don't hear the click clack of your buttons in the background.
Play your video.
Yeah, playing your video.
Helen Glassford was a decorated brigadier general during World War I who commanded the loyalty of his men in a very personal way.
Glassford was really pleased in many ways that the veterans were coming to Washington. But he knew that the politicians were not sympathetic.
Officials were also concerned that a large number of African American veterans were mixed in with the marchers.
Oh, no.
And the irony is that going back to the Great War, the African American troops were segregated from the white troops.
Also preparing for the Bonus Army was a prominent World War I veteran, General Douglas A. MacArthur.
The United States
heard of that
Army,
name.
through its Military Intelligence Division,
By
remained...
the way, MacArthur, one of the biggest pieces of garbage as far as just individual people are concerned. Like, just a no good son of a, if you know what I'm saying, you know? You know what I'm saying, Christian? You know what I'm saying, Christian?
I know exactly what it is that you're talking about.
I mean, Patton is cut from the same cloth, but anyways, let's watch.
greatly concerned about the possibility of revolution. The Army developed a plan to defend the United States Capitol in the case of civil insurrection. And they were talking about using tanks, machine guns, gas.
By the time the bonus marchers arrived in Washington, the Army was more than ready to deal with them. At the end of May 1932, nearly 10,000 bonus marchers occupied the nation's capital, and tens of thousands more were on their way. Police Chief Glassford realized he was on his own.
They followed their leaders in the childlike faith that their government would help them, just as they had responded during the war. Hence, I felt these veterans could not be treated like bums.
On June 4th, thousands of Washingtonians lined the streets to see what the Washington Post called the strangest military parade the Capitol had ever witnessed. The BEF was marching in full force.
Welcome, Big Bad Mama. Hope you're doing well so far.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, BBM.
Good to see you. I don't want to interrupt the flow.
Hey, BBM.
Hey.
Have you ever, I just want to ask, have you ever heard about this, Big Bad Mama? Did you ever get taught about this?
Can you refresh my memory what you're talking about?
So we're talking about the bonus army that appealed to Washington, D.C. for the payment of their bonuses during the height of the Great Depression.
I haven't heard about that.
Okay, well, I'm going to go back a little bit then in order to give it a little bit of context.
Sounds good.
Not too much, but a little bit.
Just so you don't have to go all the way back.
Not to the beginning, just a little bit.
Veterans that fought in World War I were promised a bonus, and most of that bonus was distributed to those that stayed home and worked in factories than those that actually went to war and were the actual veterans. So at some point they got together and they decided to march towards Washington, and they marched from all over the US. They became a big body, but what the documentary is telling us is that the army was getting prepared for this insurrection with machine guns, and I'm dying to know what happened.
Tens of thousands more
Okay, I'm looking
were
at
on
it
their
right
way.
now. So
Police Chief Glassford realized he was on his own.
They followed their leaders in the childlike faith that their government would help them, just as they had responded during the war. Hence, I felt these veterans could not be treated like bums.
On June 4th, thousands of Washingtonians lined the streets to see what the Washington Post called the strangest military parade the Capitol had ever witnessed. The BEF was marching in full force. Within days, Walter Waters had a full-fledged lobbying operation underway.
The veterans frankly made a nuisance of themselves. A couple of veterans were always sitting in each representative's waiting rooms. The representatives were solicited outside the building as well.
The strategy quickly paid off. After just 2 weeks, the House of Representatives passed the bonus bill. The BEF had won a battle, but a greater one awaited them in the Senate. In a remote neighborhood of Washington known as Anacostia, an enormous tent and shack city rose from the mudflats. Here, the threadbare heroes of World War I formed their last great encampment.
We just drove in and we were ankle deep in mud. I never saw so much mud in my life.
American flags could be seen flying from every possible vantage point.
A city was laid out in Anacostia. The streets were named by states. There was a library in the center of it run by the Salvation Army. There was music day and night. There was gospel music, and there was blues music, and there was country music, and popular music.
Looks like a group of horrible domestic terrorists to me, if ever there was one. Looks like a group of people hell-bent on the destruction of America. A group of people that have American flags everywhere you can look. Yep. These people want to destroy the country.
Looks like Team Rocket.
It's true. It's true. That's such a valuable piece of commentary there, Christian. Thank you so much. Wait, there we go.
There are people who built beautiful little replicas of suburban homes. There were guys who were buried alive for money.
I well remember the veteran laying in a casket saying, hey, they treat us like we were dead people.
A popular form of entertainment in the camp was boxing.
I was the best boxer. I was. We boxed, pass the hat. My dad would get a little irate if we didn't really punch each other out. He'd throw up both of our arms. It was always a draw, always a draw, always a draw.
People across the country sympathized with the Bonus Marchers' plight. But to official Washington, they were just a sign of trouble on the horizon. One of the stories that went largely unreported was that the color line seemed to have vanished in the Bonus Army camps. Visitors were astonished to see black...
Oh, this is where the real danger is coming from these people's perspectives. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. They're putting their racial divisions aside? They're putting all those things aside. They're trying to live as fellow men with the understanding and respect that they both have common cause and this horrible injustice that they've been suffering. No! No!
Next thing you know is they're gonna come after us.
Yeah. Next thing you know, they're gonna start asking why it is that they make so much less than we do, even though we contribute so much less to society, guys. We can't have that. We gotta tamp that down.
Black veterans and white veterans sharing billets, chores, and rations.
The military experience has the potential for transcending things like race. And for black veterans to be in company with white veterans was a revolutionary thing.
Roy Wilkins, an enterprising young reporter working for the NAACP, decided to visit and see for himself.
At Anacostia, there was no residential segregation. Recruits of any color were made welcome.
It was a big event in the part of the city that I lived in. They had groups of whites and Negroes that formed a unit because they were from the same state. That was not so usual for the city of Washington.
And there were lots of people, especially people in the military, who saw this as a very, very dangerous thing.
And right there was the tragedy of it all. Men can live, eat, play, and work together, be they black or white, just as the BEF demonstrated.
On June...
Right. Like, just think about the context of that. This is like during the height of Jim Crow. This is like during the height of racial segregation in America. So the idea that these people are starting to transcend those things would be viewed as extremely dangerous by people that were pro-segregation. And we're starting to kind of peer behind the mask of why these people actually viewed these marchers as dangerous.
And
17th.
Sorry, go ahead.
And the fact that it already told us, the documentary told us already, that the people were beginning to sympathize with them.
That's
so
true, yes.
Yeah, if you can't control them with the media, because the media back then was, newspapers.
Correct.
It's not like today, where even if there is a march, they have all this media machine that is going to turn the U.S. against them. They didn't have that back then. Right. So, yeah, dangerous stuff. So,
Aiden, can you I jump in?
Yeah, of course you can.
Did it talk about how they were spreading news that communists were getting involved with the group, and that was used to try to raise public opinion against the group?
It hasn't covered that yet, but I'm not surprised in the slightest upon hearing that that's the case. No.
Exactly what I was suspecting would happen today. It did happen, huh?
Right. It's the exact same playbook. It's the exact same playbook. It never changes, no matter how just the cause is. Because it's kind of hard to try and downplay the injustice of these people. So they have to go to such levels of extremity to go, well, they're just a bunch of communists is what they is. Yeah. No, thank you for pointing that out, Big Bad Mama.
Sure.
On June 17th, 1932, thousands of bonus marchers assembled on Capitol Hill to maintain a vigil on the Senate, scheduled to vote on the bonus bill passed by the House. The shouts and songs of the veterans, "The Yanks are starving! The Yanks are starving!" could be heard in the Senate chamber as the heated debate went on. Late in the day, Waters delivered the result to his troops.
The Senate overwhelmingly defeated the bonus bill, and the men were extraordinarily disappointed. But fortunately, a newspaper reporter suggested to Waters that he ought to order the men to sing America. And they did. They all sang America, and they dispersed peacefully.
But Waters urged the marchers to remain in Washington.
I am not advising anybody to go home. We intend to maintain our army in Washington regardless of who goes home.
President Hoover and other people kept saying, why can't we drive them home? A lot of these people didn't have a home.
It was pretty clear to everybody that they could not remain. But no one knew how to get rid of them, and no one wanted violence.
I just want to say, the idea that people are driven to this level of desperation because they have nothing left to lose, I mean, in a day and age where the middle class is shrinking more and more and the wealth gap is increasing more and more and the average person has less and less, I mean, if you think that this isn't a possibility of repeating itself in the future, whether it be near or distant, then just remember what the history of your country has to say about that, is what I'd have to say.
On July 16th, the last day Congress was in session, Washington was on edge. Thousands of angry veterans surrounded the Capitol. Near midnight, the 72nd Congress adjourned. Congressmen left through back doors and underground tunnels to avoid confrontations.
Coward.
The situation had come to a head. The president ordered the evacuation of the veterans from downtown Washington. By police count, there were still 11,698 marchers and their families in Washington. Midway between the White House and the Capitol stood a row of half-demolished buildings where hundreds of marchers were living. On the morning of July 28th, the wheels...
Just really quick before we get too far beyond it, the fact that they had to leave in underground tunnels and everything, I'm sure while they're going to make the excuse that they were going to get mobbed or something like that, in reality, they just don't want to confront the consequences of their actions. They don't want to confront the people and their families and face the fact that those are the people that they're fucking over by not allowing this to pass.
Not even look at them in the eye.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't there somebody else that we know recently who refused to look people in the eye when they were asked directly to do that? I think there was somebody that we know of. Yeah. It's almost like there's parallels or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Were in motion to evict them. Waters urged his men to cooperate. Then someone began to throw bricks at the police.
Glassford and several police officers run to the area. 2 cops are grabbed. 1 cop pulls out a gun and he fires. Another cop turns and he fires a shot.
1 veteran was dead and another lay dying.
Now there's been bloodshed. Now you bring in the troops.
When MacArthur moved his troops to the affected area, he knew exactly what he was going to do. And he adorned himself in his dress uniform along with his major aide, Dwight D. Eisenhower.
The force stepped off at 4:30 p.m. More than 200 cavalrymen spread out across Constitution and Pennsylvania avenues. Behind them came 400...
By the way, I wonder, why are the roads so wide there? They're so wide. You know why they're so wide? They're intentionally made extra wide in order to try and prevent people from erecting barricades during protests. That's why they're extra wide. That's why they need so many troops in order to cover that. The official narrative, of course, is that it's to give out an extra sense of grandiosity. But in reality, it's a purpose built to try and resist popular resistance against the government.
More than 200 cavalrymen spread out across Constitution and Pennsylvania avenues. Behind them came 400 infantrymen, followed up by tanks and armored vehicles.
I was about 7 years old at the time, and the troops were out on Pennsylvania Avenue. I was scared, and my dad kept saying nothing's going to happen.
The cavalrymen, one of whom is Major Patton, have got their sabers out.
The soldiers donned gas masks and without warning began hurling gas grenades at the veterans. The troops advanced, some jabbing with bayonets.
What was that, sorry?
And their children.
Yeah.
Right?
And their children and their families. Yeah, they're there as well. They're there as well.
Yep.
And as the classic narrative goes for that sort of thing, oh, well, don't bring your children to those things. Well, they kind of had no choice when they didn't have a home.
Right.
So,
and let's not connect this type of gas with what they're using today. This is not tear gas, people. This is what they had in World War I. So, you know, even tear gas is supposed to be going through some levels of tests so it can be used on humans. Back then, those things didn't exist. This is war gas.
It was just burning my face. I was trailing behind my dad, and he kept hollering, "Come on, boy, come on, boy."
Marchers were choking from the gas, just like the battlefields in France.
And so they're being forced out of their shacks by smoke bombs and tear gas, hurled by the troops who have been called out by the President of the United States.
Chief Glassford stood by helplessly.
The veterans did not believe the country for which they had fought would ignore the plight into which the Depression had placed them. Many did not believe that United States troops would take the field against them.
By early evening, most of the marchers had been driven across a drawbridge that led to their main camp.
The president does not want MacArthur to cross the bridge. And MacArthur disregards the order. Eisenhower later says that he saw this happen. MacArthur says, I cannot bother with pieces of paper during a military operation. And so he crosses the bridge.
All through the camp were scenes of panic.
My dad
Are you
said-
starting to see why I call this guy a piece of shit? Are you starting to see? He's starting to kind of take shape for why I call this guy such a piece of garbage.
Yeah, he should have been convicted of a crime there.
Yeah, he should have, but instead he got to go and sacrifice tens of thousands more American lives in the Philippines during the Second World War and have a giant victory parade afterwards honoring himself for it. What a great guy.
Is he the one that ordered every Filipino over 10 years old to be killed? Is that the same guy? Because you said Philippines, and I wonder.
I'm not sure whether or not he did that, but I do know that he was the commander-in-chief of the American operations in the Philippines during the Second World War. I do know
He
that
said,
much.
I will return, or what was his statement?
Right, that's what he said, yeah, before he left, because he was driven out by the Japanese at a certain point. And then he came back and killed a bunch of civilians, but then also liberated them, so it's okay. Anyways.
Okay, so no, it was General Jacob Smith that gave the order to kill everyone over 10 years old in the Philippines.
Jesus.
19, when did that happen? Let's see. It was when the U.S. took over the Philippines and the Filipinos.
Spanish-American War.
Yeah, they got rid of the Spanish army, and the Filipinos thought that now they would get freed, but that was not the case.
No, because on paper America was against European imperialism, but in reality, when you look at places like Liberia, and you look at places like the Philippines, and you look at places like Samoa, that's not the case in the slightest. America was just as imperialistic as other major European countries during this time period.
Yep, it's just competition.
Yep, that's essentially exactly what it is. It's just under different branding. That's really the only difference, is the branding.
Yep, and you can tell that to the people. You got to tell them everything. We're bringing them freedom.
Right.
They're gonna have their own McDonald's. Let's go.
Let's get the hell out of here. The soldiers are going to kill us.
Then troops began to set fire to their wooden shacks. One reporter wrote, "The blaze was so big it lit the whole sky. A nightmare come to life." The president looked out a window of the White House in the direction of the fire, then retired for the night.
And the roaring flames sound the death knell to the fantastic bonus army that ends so disastrously in the shadow of the capital of the United States of America.
Well, I think you're starting to see why it is that you weren't taught this in school, Big Bad Mama.
Yeah, that's interesting, Aiden. Thanks for bringing this up.
Yeah, I wanted to bring this up.
I just read about watching the video and stuff, and it's fascinating. And to Achilles' point, that so-called tear gas is atomsite. It's an arsenical vomiting agent.
Right.
A horrible thing.
Which,
sorry, go ahead, Achilles.
Nothing. I just said I didn't know it. It just made sense that we're talking about 150 years ago. So it wouldn't be the tear gas that we know today. It would be something close to what was being used at the front. And yeah, I suspect.
Right.
The morning after the bonus rout, public sentiment took a dramatic turn against Herbert Hoover.
He argued that this was a communist revolution, and there wasn't one bit of evidence to prove it.
If the expulsion needed a human face...
Wait a minute, you mean to tell me the President of the United States wrongfully labeled a group of people as agitators who were just trying to seek a redress of their grievances? I've never seen that happen in recent history.
And labeled them as communists.
Right.
Specifically communists, because we have seen this so many times that when now we have a president talking against socialism and communism, immediately we should have like a red flag flashing on our heads, like, but it's not happening. That has been the excuse during Mussolini, during Adolf. That was always the excuse, the evil socialists. And the reason that becomes popular is because the elite doesn't like their factories getting united with unions. So when they find somebody that speaks against socialism and against communism, they back him up. And then he also has the elite behind him. And that's how it's so easy to go to fascism. It's not hard.
It isn't, unfortunately. Claude says in the side chat, her wind has been turning on the tears lately. Is he using tear gas? It's a good question, Claude.
Things change in the world, but Claude will never change, man.
No, he won't. If the nukes are flying, the last comment Claude will ever put on the internet is, the nukes are flying, much like Kent Owen's wives flew out of Dinosaur Adventureland. That'll be his final ever comment on the internet. That's it.
It came in the person of Joe Angelo, whose story was published across the nation.
Joe Angelo gets the Distinguished Service Cross for saving Patton's life on the battlefield. The next morning, Angelo comes to the burned-out field to see Patton. And Patton says, "Take this man away. I don't want to see this man."
Walter Waters quickly faded into obscurity.
The BEF was broken up. The men returned to some city or other, there to roam the streets, hopelessly seeking work or to shuffle in bread lines. There they remain, crying examples not of the need for the bonus, but of the need for a new American system.
So just a few months after the bonus marchers are driven out of Washington, you have a song which is called...
So you mean to tell me that the violent reaction that the American government had towards these people precipitated the exact extremism that they were afraid of in the first place?
It's fine when the government does it.
Right. Well, it's once again, we see yet another example of the government fear-mongering over the idea that these people are extremists, these people are revolutionaries, these people want to take over, and yet they foment and create the exact conditions that those sorts of ideas are going to take hold in. Like, they're literally creating their own problem. Yes. It's exactly the parallel that I was trying to allude to there.
Brother, Can You Spare a Dime? This song was directly inspired by the bonus marchers.
They used to tell me I was building a dream with peace and glory ahead. Why should I be standing in line?
And it just captured the desperation that was the story of the bonus march.
Say, buddy, can you spare a dime?
On November 8th, 1932, Americans, desperate for change, elected Franklin Delano Roosevelt president.
The first thing that Roosevelt does, he produces something called the Economy Act. The big victims are veterans, disabled veterans.
Still, the veterans kept returning to Washington each year.
FDR knows that he cannot use force against the veterans. He also knows he doesn't want them in Washington, D.C.
Many of the men were sent to work in rehabilitation camps in the Florida Keys.
On September 2nd, 1935, the most powerful hurricane ever to hit the Western Hemisphere hits in the Upper Keys where these guys are located. Several hundred of them are killed.
The government attempted to suppress the news. But one of the first...
Oh my god, you mean to tell me that the American government does something absolutely horrible, and then rather than admitting to it, they try to cover it up and censor it from wider press coverage? No!
Never.
It's never happened before. I can't believe it. Or after, for that matter. You're right. Never again. No, they learned Achilles. They learned their fucking lesson from this, okay? That's what people throughout history tend to do. They tend to look back at history and they tend to go, you know what? That's kind of fucked up what happened there. Maybe we shouldn't do that again.
Which reminds me, now with what is going on right now, they have this tactic that they're using. They're not bringing troops, injured troops, in hospitals back home, so the numbers don't show. They have the aircraft carriers, and they're like mobile hospitals.
Right. And I mean, just like with the tomahawks that we were talking about earlier, the Big Bad Mama brought up, we're seeing America as a government literally just overtly trying to cover shit up and lie about it in order to cover for the fact that they're being overtly incompetent in handling these problems.
Because we have, not we, but people in the real media, which are on the internet, not on mainstream and cable TV, they have friends in the military, and they're giving them reports. They're saying that there have been around 300 flights of medical helicopters in and out of American bases in the Gulf. So we don't know the dead, but we can tell that an estimate of the injured is 300 minimum so far. But you don't get that. You don't get that on the news.
No, of course not.
That's the one thing. That's the one thing they will die on that hill. People not know the casualties, because that's when the people of the U.S. rise up, when they hear about American casualties.
Right. Because that's precisely what precipitated such strong reactions against Vietnam, was when the casualty counts started coming back. And let's face it, the Vietnam War was probably the first war to ever have any kind of widespread media coverage, as far as like coverage on the ground being shown to the American populace that day, or maybe even the day after it occurring. America had never had that intimate of an experience with a war before. Yep. So when they started experiencing the truth of what these wars entailed, that was when the strong negative reaction came out against those things. So of course America as a government is going to actively suppress those things from coming up. They understand through experience. That's the things that they've learned from. Isn't that fucking quaint? Isn't that quaint? Those are the lessons that they've learned. That's the history that they've managed to take into account, not the actual fucking negatives of things that happen.
No, it's just
they just learned how to oppress them a little better than they did.
Yeah,
that's the fucking lesson that they managed to take away.
Yeah.
America the beautiful, what a great country! Great country.
Rescue boats to get in carried the renowned writer Ernest Hemingway. In an angry piece, he wrote, "The veterans in those camps were practically murdered." When the public finally learned the truth, opposition to paying the bonus began to vanish. In 1936, war clouds were gathering again in Europe.
Once again, the bonus bill is brought up. It is vetoed again by President Roosevelt, but this time there's enough power in the House and Senate to override the veto.
The bonus bill becomes law, and veterans' tab on World War I is paid in full.
Some 4 million veterans were overjoyed.
So the story comes to an end. These guys get their money, their lives change.
My dad came in the house with 7 $100 bills, and we thought, oh, is that what the bonus is? You know, we didn't know what a bonus was, you know, it's money. After all that time.
On December 7th, 1941, Pearl Harbor was attacked.
Sorry, what was that, Achilles?
No, I just find this to be such a coincidence that now that we actually need soldiers again, now we're gonna give you that bonus, at least, you know, to your dads.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, and for
That's
everybody out there that like is thinking about, oh, I'm going to enlist because I'm going to get a big fat bonus. Well, maybe you will. Maybe you won't.
maybe
Given
you
the
are.
history of your country, I mean, that's not necessarily a fucking guarantee, is it?
Unless we need you for the next war, which in that case the Senate will overrun the veto, and yeah,
Not just
that's what.
that. Not just that, but also the mounting public pressure. Those were the two determining factors that caused this to change. Was the convenience of needing those people again, trying to dredge them back up in order to serve as fucking human meat shields for the country yet again. Having to do that, and the public coming to realize the extent of the fucking bullshit that these people had to endure at the hands of the country that they went and served in this conflict. Those were the determining factors. So everybody out there that's like, "Oh, you getting outraged at these things and you talking about them isn't going to do anything. You're just trying to change the world." I'm not trying to change the world. I'm trying to be a small part in what is hopefully a larger voice of people that are talking about these conflicts and making these conflicts more aware to the broader public, because it is the exact thing. It is exactly that. It's exactly making people aware of those conflicts, as seen in this documentary, that causes those sorts of changes to happen. It's not useless. It's always going to be decried as useless by the people that don't want to be bothered to actually participate. But in reality, it's anything but useless.
Yeah, and to add to what Aiden is saying, I would, I've, I've spent a couple of weeks. It's around 10 days. We're on the 11th day of the war, where I'm getting very depressed by seeing my American friends not voicing their concerns. They have this new medium, which is the internet, and they're not using it to do what a Canadian is doing.
It's
And then
Iraq.
you complain about your governments when you are not using that medium that you have, whatever it may be, to voice your disapproval of its actions. I'm not going to say that by running a stream saying, I don't appreciate this, I don't endorse it, oh, you're going to stop it. No, but at least you're utilizing your right for freedom of speech and for saying, I'm not for eternal wars. Because that's how you got that president up there. He promised you that he's not the eternal war guy, he's the peace guy. And then he takes you to an eternal war and you just shut up. And you shut up, literally.
You just fall in line. Yeah, no, I agree. Um, I mean, unfortunately, it's much the similar circumstance to what was happening in Iraq as far as the blind following. However, I would say, unlike what happened in Iraq, as unrelated as the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan was to 9/11 as a conflict, at least there was some tenuous sort of link that was attempted to be established between a major national threat to American security and that conflict. There's no
No,
equivalent. There's no equivalent to that in the modern context. Just one second.
no, it was a
Just one
feeling.
second.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
there was no 9/11. There's no equivalent to
No, there
9/11
was
that's
a
going on
feeling,
in the
though.
modern world
But
as
but
far as
but he had a feeling this time.
right. He did. I had a hunch. I had a hunch it might happen. I was playing my Ouija board, and the Ouija board said 911. And even though I thought that it was telling me to finally turn myself into the police, in reality, I realized it was 9/11. It's happening again, folks. That's why I bombed them. Sorry, go ahead,
But
Achilles.
yeah, but what I do want to add to this is that uh, I don't blame them for Iraq. I don't blame the American people, because the shock and the trance state that shock put them into, the towers, it it was so big that it went worldwide. We were under trance worldwide with what happened. So it was much easier for an imperialistic government to do whatever they wanted, because we were all like, yeah, sure.
I mean, it shifted the whole global paradigm for everyone.
Definitely, yeah. So this time we didn't have such a thing.
No, nothing like it whatsoever. And yet, in spite of not having anything equivalent to that, the reason why I brought it up is because it seems like these people that we're referring to that are having this pro-war response are trying to justify it on the exact same basis of those conflicts when there's not actually any historical equivalent to be had between them. But anyways, we're almost done with this documentary. Let's finish this up.
Yep.
And then I have a couple more segments that I got to get through. I don't know if I'm going to cover everything that I've got here today, just because I do have to work, but we'll see. I'm going to finish this documentary up, though. Thank you guys for being here. This has been awesome having you guys here to cover this with.
And thank you for doing this. Press play.
Absolutely.
And a new generation was called to serve.
During the Second World War, Roosevelt admits World War I veterans' arguments. He will say that soldiers now serving in our army will have to be compensated for the opportunities they've missed.
What emerged was the landmark piece of legislation known as the GI Bill of Rights, signed into law in June of 1944.
It put millions of people into housing, put millions of people in college.
By the way, yeah, this is what I was about to say. This is the bill that a lot of American servicemen cite as far as why they joined the American armed service to this day, is because they get an opportunity to go to college, because they get housing when they were on the street and they didn't have any opportunity to make anything of themselves. There's this understanding in the modern context. Oh, somebody's in here. Who's this? Who's stabbing?
This has got to be the worst movie I've ever seen. And the frogs didn't even here.
The Stargate is open.
It has opened, yes indeed. Hi Statler, how's it going today, buddy?
It's horrible. Waldorf is dead and the movie sucks. The theater is, there's more people in the theater here than there was in Melania.
Sorry that I'm trying to educate people about things, Statler. You're right. My bad.
Well, I'm sitting here in this theater all by myself because there was a poster outside that said Melania and the Frog. And the Frog isn't here, and Melania's not showing either.
So you had no
got
choice.
This old black and white movie and some Canadian guy asking for a frog
What happened?
revolution.
Just block him already.
I can't block Statler. You can't.
He has a counter. I
It's
can't
true.
block that one.
You can't block that one. Exactly. Can't feed the trolls, what I'm trying to articulate right now. Goodness gracious, the 4 hours of streaming is beginning to take its toll, ladies and gentlemen. Anyways, let's finish this up without any interruptions, Statler, or I might just start throwing.
I didn't say anything.
Not yet.
But I know you.
Exactly.
But I will.
I know you will, you dastardly dog, you.
Put millions of people into small businesses, and it changed America.
The legacy of the Bonus Army can be seen in all the marches on Washington that have followed. And American soldiers returning from war today expect the government to keep its promises.
The Bonus March was a very visible lesson to political leaders that they did need to do something to respond to the individual.
Oh, that's a bit of color, Statler. What do you think about that? There you go. It's a little bit of color. It's not all in black and white.
needs
It's not
of Americans.
green. Where are the frogs?
Sorry. Oh, we'll get the frogs in on the next showing. Don't worry.
This is the worst frog revolution I've ever seen.
It tells us about the determination of people to make sure that veterans are recognized for the service that they render to the nation.
In my later years, I understood what it meant. It meant freedom to demonstrate, and it showed America was a free, working democracy.
The March of the Bonus Army is available on video cassette.
Well, I just showed it for free, PBS, so say goodbye to my YouTube channel, everybody. Hope you had fun.
It's available on video cassette. What is that, a Hovid production?
That's right. This is actually DVD number 5. This is actually the real DVD number 5 because it's a lot more truth than what you'll find in DVD number 5. That's for sure. Sorry, Achilles. Sorry.
We can agree to disagree.
Anyways, Statler, thank you so much for being here. I really hope that Peter shows up at some point, though. That'd be kind of neat. That'd be cool if Peter.
My pleasure. At least I think so. I'm not sure.
Hey, Big Bad Mama, what's up?
I just wanted to let you know Daniel's dad passed away, so maybe people go over there and send him some love.
No, seriously. Yeah, don't worry about what's going on this
Burning Bush's channel.
Yeah, here, let me go and
I had a bad feeling for not seeing him for 5 days after saying that his dad's not all right. I had a bad feeling.
let me just I'm gonna copy the link to his channel here. Or no, this is just his video. But either way, I'll send you guys over to his video. Go and give your respects to Daniel. I'm gonna. Wow. Now I want to end the show.
Oh, I don't know that you have to do that.
I know.
It's up to you.
I know. Let me just see here. I need to add scene, add media, add this, and then immediately mute it as it gets added. There we go. Because I don't know why, but the other scene wasn't working for whatever reason. Anyways, I'm going to move on to my next segment. But yeah, everybody please go and give your respects over on Daniel's channel. I'm going to go and just type really quick.
My keyboard's not that loud.
It's not that loud. I agree with you there. All right. Sorry, I just wanted to send him a message there. I'm sure that put a bit of a dampener on there. But hey, maybe that encouraged people to leave my stream and go check out Daniel's. So hopefully people went over there and paid their respects. Because that, I can't even imagine. I haven't lost a parent. So I can't empathize with that, but I can sympathize with it. Because I haven't directly gone through it, but I do understand on a basic level. That is a horrible thing to have to go through. So sorry about that, Daniel. Seriously, my condolences. Moving on though to our next segment. Israel unlawfully used white phosphorus in Lebanon. Images verified by Human Rights Watch show Israel fired white phosphorus in populated areas of southern Lebanon. And if you know anything about white phosphorus and what it's capable of doing... Oh, Big Bad Mama, we're getting a bit of background noise. Could you mute, please? It's just otherwise, if I mute you, you can't unmute. So, thank you. Human Rights Watch, or HRW, has found evidence that Israel used white phosphorus in residential areas of southern Lebanon earlier this month, in violation of international humanitarian law.
And ceasefire.
Right. In a new report released on Monday, the New York-based rights group said that it confirmed the authenticity of several photos showing white phosphorus munitions fired over a residential area in southern Lebanon's Yohmor, with fires breaking out in at least 2 homes there on March 3rd. Ramzi Kais, a Lebanon researcher with HRW, said, quote, "The Israeli military's unlawful use of white phosphorus over residential areas is extremely alarming and will have dire consequences for civilians. The incendiary effects of white phosphorus can cause death or cruel injuries that result in lifelong suffering," he added. "The use of airburst white phosphorus is unlawfully indiscriminate in populated areas and does not meet the requirement under international humanitarian law to take all feasible precautions to avoid civilian harm. The chemical substance ignites when exposed to oxygen and can set homes, agricultural areas, and other civilian objects on fire." HRW found that that in Yohmor, the munitions were used unlawfully over concentrations of civilians, which resulted in fires breaking out in homes and other civilian property. The organization verified and geolocated an image posted online by Lebanese media on the morning of March 3rd. It showed at least 2 artillery-delivered white phosphorus munitions being airburst over a residential neighborhood. The shape of the smoke cloud caused by the airburst was consistent with the quote-unquote knuckle made by the expelling and bursting charges of the M825 series 155mm artillery projectile that contains white phosphorus, it said in the report. It also verified and geolocated photographs posted to Facebook by the civil defense team of the Islamic Health Committee in Yohmor that showed workers extinguishing fires on residential rooftops and in a car. The organization concluded the fire was likely caused by felt wedges impregnated within white phosphorus, given the proximity of the sites to the area where airburst munitions were observed. Quote, "Israel should immediately halt this practice, and states providing Israel with weapons, including white phosphorus munitions," which, by the way, which country would you think it was that supplied Israel with those white phosphorus munitions? Which one do you think that was? I think it might have just been the United States of America, just as speculation. I mean, I don't have any proof of that, but pretty sure America is by far the biggest supplier to Israel of munitions, whether they be legal or otherwise. So
Didn't Congress just sign a bill to give them 14,000 bombs again? I think it was for how many million? $14 million. Just gonna give it to them for free.
Just pennies on the dollar. Yeah, who cares,
Yeah,
right?
pennies. By the way, one thing that for some weird reason Al Jazeera is not mentioning here is that the reason that white phosphorus is not allowed over residential areas is that in order for it to start the fires, when it finds oxygen, it pulls the oxygen out of the air.
Right.
So everybody around it gets suffocated. Yep.
Right. It's horrifically cruel.
Yep.
It's an extremely effective weapon, but it's effective for the exact reason that Achilles just described. And suffocation is undoubtedly one of the worst ways to die. It's why drowning is considered one of the worst ways that you can possibly die, because it's just awful what happens to your lungs under those circumstances. Anyways,
by the way, Aiden, 700,000 people have fled Lebanon.
Wow.
That's the number that we know, because we don't know how many people have left Iran. Iran is a little more radical, and many people choose to stay behind.
Right.
So the migration crowd is not as big. But we don't know. We don't have any numbers. But knowing that 700,000, like almost 1 million people left Lebanon for the countries around them, should be an indication of the migration wave that is coming because of this.
Yeah. Maud says, damn, I missed the sexy intro. Well, it's all right, Maud. Better late than never. Welcome to the stream. Glad to see you here. Always a nice presence around here. Thank you very much for hanging out. And you are welcome to come into the side chat. All I ask is that if she comes into the side chat, that people get along and we focus on the issues rather than anything that might be going on outside of this stuff that's being talked about here. I want to try and focus on the issues, right? So let's not make her feel unwelcome if she wants to come on here and talk about those things, right? All right. So, anyways, Israel should immediately halt this practice, and states provide. I already read that. More than 500,000 people have been registered as displaced in Lebanon, as you just said, Achilles. It's over 700,000.
I'm sorry, I cut out. Were you just reading what we just talked about? More than 500,000 people have been registered as displaced. Yeah, it's 700 right now.
Right.
700,000.
As Israel issues forced displacement orders, Lebanon's national news agency said on Monday Israel carried out a series of airstrikes in Beirut's southern suburbs, including between the neighborhoods of Gluhberi and Haret Hareik, and in the Safir area. The report comes hours after Israel's military, which has been waging days of fierce attacks in southern Beirut, said that it was attacking Hezbollah target. Of course, it's always Hezbollah.
Of course.
Hezbollah everywhere.
Like in every single building of Gaza, like all of them.
Right.
They were all over. They're inside the cement, inside the steel beams. They're everywhere.
Well, they say they're crawling around South America even now.
That's what they're saying now?
Yes. I'm not BSing.
They were Hezbollah. Hezbollah boats.
So sorry, I'm so late. No worries, Mod. Everybody's got stuff going on in their lives. Don't feel like you're obligated to have to be here at the beginning of the stream. I appreciate you being here at all. It's cool seeing you. Anyways.
Aiden. Yeah. I do want to let you finish the article, but I have a question right after it. Go ahead.
The report comes hours after Israel's military, which has been already read this part, said that it was attacking Hezbollah targets in the Lebanese capital. At least 394 people have been killed and more than 1,000 injured in Lebanon in Israeli attacks. Human Rights Watch urged Israel's key allies, including the United States, surely not the people that gave them the white phosphorus, the United Kingdom and Germany, to suspend military sales to Israel and impose targeted sanctions on officials credibly implicated in grave crimes. You know what one of the saddest things is that one of the earliest news reports I ever remember seeing, I was like maybe 5 or 6 years old, and one of the earliest news reports I ever remember seeing was some sort of bill that was being proposed in the United States Congress about how Israel shouldn't be given weapons by the United States. And it's like all this time later, the exact same stuff is being talked about, and the exact same reaction is going to come in turn, which is just crickets. It's just nothing whatsoever. Hey, Jimmy Tux TV says hi all. Hey Tux, how's it going? Good to see you around here. Claude says, the missing man, I mentioned Irving once, but I think I got away with it. Yes, Monsieur Claude, you managed to smuggle Irving into the show. That is correct. You are a master of the subterfuge, as they say, yes. Sorry, go ahead, Achilles. You were going to say something.
Yeah, but the more you go, the more I have stuff to add. But
sorry.
No, it's good. It's good. Now, first off, to your latest point, it's funny how the original claim for arming Israel is that they don't get attacked. And then when they get armed like a lobster, they're the ones attacking.
Right.
So, right.
Right.
And it's not like, let's say we could accept that, yeah, that's a danger. You should like preemptively, let's just, even though we agree or disagree, let's just give them that. But then you start attacking, like, okay, you got one rocket from Hezbollah, and you're like making Lebanon. They gave a promise that they're going to turn Lebanon into the exact same rumble that Gaza is. Which brings me to the earliest point, which is, I'm not sure, you know what happened. So I hope you guys tell me, yeah, I've heard about this, but with the media that we have, it's not a guarantee. So they issued this warning that people had to evacuate some areas.
Right.
So people kind of did, but some didn't. So at some point in the middle of the night, a military helicopter goes in one of those areas and lands on a cemetery, and they start digging out one grave.
What? No, I have not heard about this.
So Israel has been looking, a week after it happened, it made it to Greek news. So they will eventually talk about it. But while there is this premise that we don't have boots on the ground, they're still being silent about it, right? So
Right.
what's going on is that 50 years ago, an Israeli aircraft crashed in Lebanon,
Right.
and the pilot has been killed, and they had intelligence that he was on a specific grave on a specific cemetery. So they landed. They brought a big helicopter that carried 20 soldiers that were Navy SEALs.
Right.
And imagine the whole operation, how that takes place and how fast, like, you know, they scatter around and they look around, they try to keep the place safe. But people heard the helicopter. So as they were digging, people came out of their houses with Kalashnikovs and they started shooting at them. So there was a fierce battle, and they called in an airstrike. And the airstrike was so big that you see cars on top of roofs.
Oh my God.
They killed 40 people on one airstrike, and they only had one casualty. Now, that casualty turns out it was the son of the Israeli finance minister. That's why he came out the next day and he said, we're going to turn Lebanon into Gaza, because he lost his son on that mission.
So it's just a personal vendetta being
And
carried
you know
out
who
as
I'm,
national policy, is what he's saying.
you know who I'm talking about, the Israeli finance minister?
I don't know his name off the top of my head, no.
Yeah, but you have seen him talking a lot. So let me share the page so you can see his face.
Oh,
So you
Big
know.
Bad Mama dropped out. Maybe he had to go. Either way, good seeing you, Big Bad Mama, if you had to go. Take care.
Or he disconnected, because I've been getting disconnecting as well. Okay, so that's the finance minister. And he's the one that came out. Like, you can Google his name, YouTube his name, and you will find his recent statement that said that we're going to turn Lebanon into Gaza. He didn't say Gaza. He said a specific area of Gaza that has been turned to rumble, like Rafah. I don't remember which one he mentioned, because everything is rumble in Gaza right now.
Yeah, it's all rumble over there, yeah.
So yeah, that was interesting. Turns out the pilot was not there. They had faulty intelligence.
Oh, so you just did that whole thing for nothing then?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Excellent. Anyways, let's carry on with this because we're not quite finished, I don't think. Oh wait, no, there's just one little blurb here. Israel has already used white phosphorus between October 2023 and May of 2024 across border villages in the southern Lebanon, the organization said, putting civilians at grave risk. So it's not even the first time that they've used
I was about to say that at the beginning when you started reading this, that it's not the first time. Like, we know this already. They're using it. I don't care, for international law.
They have a video here. We'll see what
Aiden, they're actually saying that international law does not apply to us because because we are the nation of God, and the international law was made of men.
We're special, guys. We don't get it applied to us.
Yep.
Is that Peter that I heard?
There's a reason we have an arrest warrant out for Netanyahu.
I know. And you know where he is now, right? He's in Germany.
And yeah, I hope they enforce it. But
no, they're not. They're not. The European Union came out with a statement about what's going on, and the statement was
reminded me. So just a second. This reminded me. This is talking about 2024. Last year, a friend of mine in Lebanon had her entire house flattened by artillery fire from Israel, rockets, whatever.
Yep.
So,
I have a friend. I have a couple of friends in Lebanon too.
It's awful what's going on over there. It's unequivocally terrible. I wanted to play this video though. Wait, Achilles, you had something to say as well, and I'll let you say that, and then we'll play the video.
I don't recall where it was.
Okay, that's it.
Go ahead.
All good. Yeah. Well, we'll see whether or not there's any news coverage because I'll just play the video, and if there's news.
Village of Sir El.
Okay, let's see.
Southern Lebanon. Israeli airstrike.
Or actually, I should be able to play this, right? Like, I should be able to play.
And Al Jazeera doesn't copyright their stuff. You can play anything.
Okay.
Sir El Gabia is north of the Litani River, supposedly safer ground outside the so-called evacuation zone Israel has declared over southern Lebanon. But there are no front lines in this conflict. 19 people, including women and children, were killed when an Israeli airstrike hit here on Sunday morning. No evacuation order was given in advance.
There are still 400 to 500 families in the village. As regards this massacre, we're used to the enemy and what it does. There's nothing here. It's all children and women and elderly. This was a 3-story building. Nothing shocks us anymore because we've grown used to it.
Israel has also continued to strike targets in Beirut's southern suburbs. And for the first time in the centre of the capital, Beirut, 4 people were killed when this seafront hotel was hit. Israel says it was targeting members of Iran's elite Quds military force. The hotel and others around it are full of people displaced from southern Lebanon. More than 112,000 internally displaced Lebanese are living in schools or other empty buildings. At this church, migrant workers...
For anyone that wasn't paying attention, they bombed a hotel in the middle of the night, saying that there was one Iranian in that hotel, some operative, and there were people from the evacuated areas living in that hotel, and in the middle of the night, it gets bombed.
All because of one person that was supposedly there, that supposedly justifies all.
Yeah, and how many movies have you watched, Aiden, where like there are operations when it's about like one person and they go in and they like pretend to be the waiter and they just take that one guy out? How many James Bond movies have we watched? Nope, that's not the reality. Just bomb the shit out of it.
Right.
Who cares for casualties? But by the way, I have a link in the chat. It is a DuckDuckGo search for the article, and you'll see it there.
All right. You know what? I might keep that in my back pocket for my next show. Just because I've already got a whole bunch of other things that I'm covering.
Yeah, just verifying that I'm not talking out of my...
Right. No, fair enough. I understand. Nor would I expect you to be. Anyway,
No, people might say that. There's a lot that are gonna say that. I know. No.
Let's play this.
Are being given shelter, often day laborers. If there's
Actually, I'm gonna go back a little bit here, and I just want to like imagine this being your childhood. Imagine this being the place that some of your fondest, happiest memories are formed, because the place that you were meant to grow up got completely destroyed, and even the place that you fled to is now in danger as well. Congratulations, Americans. This is what your tax dollars have bought overseas.
are living in schools or other empty buildings. At this church, migrant workers are being given shelter, often day labourers. If there's no work, there's no income.
Of course there is fear. There were many strikes where we were. Even the farm and the buildings where we used to work were destroyed. Thank God we managed to leave, even though we came only on the motorcycle and with almost nothing.
I saw the flight and the bomb even where my husband used to work overtime, the place also. So we ran away, we came here.
We were afraid, We were afraid that we might lose our lives there. So no car can take us, to bring us here. So we are really afraid about it,
More than 100 Iranians, including some diplomats, were flown out from Beirut overnight on a Russian plane. Lebanon's government has banned any activity by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, an important backer of Hezbollah, and it's imposed visa requirements on Iranians entering the country. What it's not done yet is enforce a commitment to disarm Hezbollah, a demand of Israel that risks sparking sectarian conflict here. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
All right, everybody, calm down. Calm down in the side chat, everybody. We gotta calm things down. All right. Next segment that we've got here. Because I think we've done a lot of war coverage here, and then that's almost certainly been the focus of today's show, which, I mean, in the wake of current events, I think that's only appropriate. But moving on to our next segment. Trump vows legislative blockade until Save America voter ID bill is passed. President Donald Trump vowed to withhold his signature from any bills that reach his desk until Congress passes a controversial voter ID measure known as the Save America Act.
You gotta save it.
We gotta save it, guys. Look, I know America, and I know it's gotta get saved, all right? Prominent conservatives are pushing the bill, which would make it significantly more difficult for Americans to vote by requiring proof of citizenship and a photo ID. Democrats plan to kill the bill if it is considered on the Senate floor, where it would need at least 60 votes. President Donald Trump threatened to withhold his signature from any bill that reaches his desk until Congress passes a controversial election measure known as the Save America Act, which would make it much harder for many Americans to vote. And I just want to say regarding this whole thing, right? Whether you're pro-Save America Act or anti-Save America Act, is it really all that American for the United States president to throw a giant fucking tantrum and say, I'm not going to do anything? I'm literally just going to shut myself in my room and not do anything at all until you've done what I want. He's literally threatening to just totally hold up the entire executive branch of the United States. He's basically saying he's going to tie one of the three arms of the United States government behind its back and force it into obstinance because this bill that he wants pushed through is not going to get signed. I don't care whether you're pro-Save America Act or anti-Save America Act. That's not fucking American. It's not American in the slightest. It just goes to show that he knows that it's extremely unpopular, that he knows that he's going to get so much resistance that it's probably not going to pass. And he knows that at this critical juncture in his presidency, right before the midterms, not only does he have to get this passed in order to secure any kind of holdouts in the midterms whatsoever, but also knows that if it doesn't get passed and it represents a massive defeat for his presidency, that it's only going to chip away at what little faith MAGA has left in this guy, because he'll just be demonstrated yet again to be an ineffectual fucking do-nothing president that only does things that benefit the rich and the powerful and the elite, and not the common average everyday American. That's what it will demonstrate. So it's not really a super big surprise that he's acting this way, but I just want to point out to everybody just how unfucking democratic this is. How against the ideals of the Republic this is. It must be done immediately. It suspends everything. Must go to the front of the line, Trump said in a Truth Social post on Sunday. I, as president, will not sign other bills until this is passed. The Save America Act would require proof of citizenship and photo ID to vote. The measure has been subject to an immense pressure campaign from right-wing commentators and congressional Republicans. The House passed the bill last month, but it is short of the 60-vote filibuster-proof majority in the Senate. Republicans hold a 53 to 47 vote majority in the upper chamber, and Democrats have vowed to oppose it. This has led some Republicans to call for subverting the filibuster, which Senate Majority Leader John Thune, RSD, has so far resisted. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, DNY, said the threat of gridlock does not change Democrats' stance. If Trump is saying he won't sign any bills until the SAVE Act is passed, then so be it. There will be total gridlock in the Senate, he said on X. Senate Democrats will not help pass the SAVE Act under any circumstances. Trump has also called for Congress to deliver him an enhanced version of the bill. Not the watered-down version, he wrote. You know what? I just gotta say this for all the people that are left of center out there in the chat, right? Because this just has to be said. Back when Biden was president of the United States, and I was advocating that Biden have not the exact same attitude, obviously, not the exact same attitude at all, but have the attitude of we're not going to push these watered down versions of these bills through. We're going to push the actual bill that we had as it was originally laid out through. I think if he had that attitude, then we wouldn't have had the infrastructure bill that, yeah, people are labeling as the biggest infrastructure bill in modern American history. While that might be the case, it was a shadow of what it was originally. Until all of these different people, until people like Joe Manchin came around and went, no, we're not going to have it that way. And Biden just rolled over and allowed it to happen. Right? And I'm not saying that Biden should have held the government hostage. I'm not saying he should have used these tactics, but I am saying he should have at least purported this rhetoric of we're not going to pass this watered down bill. We're going to push the full infrastructure bill because Americans need that. They don't need this half measure that the Republicans are trying to make us compromise on. I think that would have engendered a lot more support on the left. I just wanted to say that before moving forward. Go for the gold. Must show voter ID and proof of citizenship. No mail-in ballots except for military, illness, disability, or travel. No men and women's sports. No transgender mutilation for children. Do not fail, Trump added. Trump's demands would require the House to pass another iteration of the Save America Act. It also already passed 2 versions of the measure during this Congress. That's anything but assured when Speaker Mike Johnson, RLA, who is only effectively one vote majority, only has what is effectively a one vote majority in the House. Trump's threatened signature blockade also imperils other must pass legislation, like a bill to fund the Department of Homeland Security for the remainder of the fiscal year.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Uh-oh, big military people. Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like another shutdown.
Looks like the guy that's supposedly pro-military is going to shut down the military too, but I'm sure you're going to have plenty to say against that, right?
They'll find something, yeah.
I'm sure. Anyways.
Liberals.
Right, exactly. Let's see. The department is currently shut down after funding lapsed last month. Democrats are demanding new restrictions on Trump's deportation efforts after 2 American citizens were shot and killed by federal immigration agents.
Oh, okay.
A signature blockade may have mixed results. Trump can veto any bill sent to him and send them back to Congress, which can override his veto with a 2/3 majority in each chamber. If Congress adjourns, the president also can let the bill sit for 10 days and it will not become law, a procedure known as a pocket veto. But an unsigned bill that sits for 10 days while Congress is in session automatically becomes law, meaning Congress could overcome a signature blockade by staying in session. The clock is also ticking for Republicans facing a tough midterm election in November, which could potentially see Democrats winning back the majority in one of or both chambers, which is exactly why he's trying to push this through. He's trying to push this through because he knows that they're going to get absolutely destroyed in the midterms unless he blatantly tries to stack things as much in his favor as possible. He's literally trying to change the rules of the game in real time to suit his interests. And half of the American population is like, it's okay that he's trying to change those halfway through. Let me ask you, MAGA, if you were halfway through Monopoly and I was the banker for Monopoly, right? And I decided, you know what? When I pass go, I'm going to get $200,000 instead of $200, but everybody else is only going to get $200. Do you think everybody else that's playing that game is going to go, oh yeah, that sounds great. That sounds awesome. That sounds completely fair and legit. No! If it's not acceptable on that level, then why the actual fuck is it supposed to be acceptable on the national level? It's not. And anybody who tries to give deference to the idea that it is just a simpering sycophant who can't fucking think for themselves, as far as I'm concerned. An NBC News poll released Sunday found that 62% of voters disapprove of Trump's handling of inflation and the cost of living. The top issues for voters in that poll. Democrats held a 6-point lead in the generic congressional ballot in the survey. And I think that's everything. Yep.
We gotta pass the bill.
We gotta pass the bill. I want to get $200,000 every time I pass go, folks. It's called the Save America Act. That's what it's called.
I don't know how he thinks he's going to win the midterms when even the MAGA movement is turning so much against him right now, except those radicals that we see online. But
right. And that's exactly the point that I made on one of my shows that I will reiterate over here, because I think it's very relevant. When you have people leaving a movement in droves, do you think the people that are left behind in that movement are going to be A, the moderates, or B, the radicals? It's going to be the radicals that are left behind, because the moderates are the ones that flip all of these states and make states in America purple rather than just red or blue. They're the ones that switch things up every single election because they have less of a problem shifting from one party to the other than extremists do. So Achilles makes a good point. The only people that are getting left behind in this movement are people that are more and more radicalized. And do you think that as that movement becomes more radicalized, it's going to become more or less palatable to the average everyday American? It's going to be less palatable. So by the time November rolls around, I don't even know what kind of wild, crazy shit I'm going to be fucking covering on here, dude. Can you even imagine the kind of shit that I'm going to be covering around here come November? It's going to be insane.
Yep.
Anyways.
Here is something I'm suspecting that is going to take place. I heard something that makes a lot of sense. Trump is claiming that the reason Iran is not firing many rockets right now is because they don't have them. But that doesn't seem to be the case. But what is taking place is that they realize that every time they do fire a rocket, the place that the rocket gets fired from gets bumped back to the Stone Age.
Right.
So they're holding up so their launch pads are not exposed. So what I'm afraid is going to happen is right when Trump will want to put an end to this war, because the midterm elections will be coming in quick, and he's going to have to say, I told you it would be quick. It would be quick. It's not going to go as quick as he expects.
No, it never has been. It's the classic. It's like Kaiser Wilhelm II standing in front of the Reichstag and going, "The war will be over before Christmas." You know, like it's always been the case that
because unfortunately, Iran is not Iraq, and if it took that long with Iraq,
oh God, who even knows?
Yeah, and there's another important aspect is when they say, "Okay, we're done." Does that mean Iran is also done? Because it sounds to me like that's when Iran is going to start.
Right.
We're not going to see the end of that war when the US announces the end to that war.
Right.
So I think the hornet's nest is like, you can't put the hornets back right now. So with the 25% of American people supporting the war, which is a vast minority, I'm wondering how he even has hopes for the midterms.
Jimmy Tux, welcome to the live stream. I haven't seen you on the panel before, but it's good to see you.
I don't think I've ever joined. I do find you very entertaining, however.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Would you have anything that you'd like to contribute?
No, I was just going to kind of see in the background, sit in the background like everybody else kind of has, and then give them my 2 cents whenever, and probably hop off in about a half hour.
Cool. Sounds good. Thank you.
Testing a new mic, that too.
Oh, it sounds clean, I've got to say. Good. Yeah, it sounds clean. What kind of mic, if you don't mind me asking?
Shure MV7 Plus.
Nice.
I also have a Blue Yeti.
Oh, me too. I have one of the...
which I really love, but it doesn't work with my new computer very well. It works great with the old one. And so I hopped into Claude and gave it a couple of qualifiers, and it said, get this mic. I said, okay. Yes, a master. Right away, master.
Whatever you say, AI overlord. But yeah, it sounds good so far, man, I must say. Moving on to our next article that we have here on the list. We have... This is the biggest oil disruption in history. This was updated 21 hours ago. It's from CNN Business. We don't trust those people around here, folks. We don't trust them.
It only got worse in these 21 hours.
Yeah.
It only got worse.
Fear is driving the U.S. market right now. I wonder why. I wonder why fear is driving the U.S. market right now. That's anybody's guess. A historic disruption to the world's oil production sent crude prices smashing through the $100 barrier Monday for the first time in nearly 4 years before prices settled just below $100. As the war with Iran drags on, oil futures could have considerably more room to run even higher. In fact, oil prices very nearly hit $120 a barrel overnight before reports surfaced that Western nations would discuss steps to alleviate high fuel prices that eased a bit of tension in the marketplace. U.S. crude prices settled at $94.77 a barrel, up 4.3% Monday. Brent, the international benchmark, rose 6.8% to $98.96 a barrel. And we can see oil prices drop after Trump comments. Crude oil surpassed the $100 barrel mark early on Monday, but later President Donald Trump restored some calm to the market, saying the Iran war would end very soon. I'm sure that is going to bode out in the long term. The last time oil had traded above $100 was in the wake of Russia's attack on Ukraine. Oil broke above $100 in March 2022 and stayed around there until July 19th of 2022. It hadn't touched triple digits since. The war with Iran has sent oil prices higher for two primary reasons: a near shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz and a slowdown in oil production in the Middle East. The Strait of Hormuz is a narrow waterway through which 20% of the world's oil travels via tankers. Iran has threatened to attack any tanker transiting the strait. That has led to a standstill in oil pickups and deliveries in the region. The estimated 20% of disrupted supply is roughly twice as big as the record set during the Suez Crisis of 1956 to 1957, according to historical data from Rapidon Energy Group. The war is... I'm getting a couple clicking from people in the background.
Sorry.
No, we're all good. We're all good. I just don't want there to be too much stuff in the background. That's all. The war has also effectively wiped out the spare capacity because Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have been cut off from global oil markets. Spare capacity measures how much more oil production could quickly be brought back online if needed, and it typically serves as a shock absorber in energy markets. Quote, "The result is a market with no meaningful cushion. There is no swing producer to step in," wrote Bob McNally, Rapidon's founder and president, in a note to clients. You're sharing something, Achilles?
Yeah, for when you're done. Just a quick
thing. Because oil isn't moving, producers in the oil-rich region have run out of room to put their crude. They've been left with no choice but to slow down their output. You see here the U.S. gas prices. They're going down. Look at that. I'm getting the gas prices down, and then, oh shit, oh god, oh no. It goes up and basically undoes everything I did to make them lower. But we don't talk about that around here, folks.
And that article is before the UAE announced that it's shutting down its biggest refinery because it got hit by 3 drones. That happened today. Early.
Oh, really? That happened today? Okay.
Yep.
Oh, wait. No, wait. I covered that today, actually, earlier on the stream. Yep. The UAE shutting down one of its biggest... Sorry, I've covered so many things today. You gotta forgive that I might not have all of that immediately available right now. When you cover over 25 topics a day on this thing, there's a lot to cover. But
I bet they're working on Venezuela right now, like there's no tomorrow. Literally, there's no tomorrow. So,
right.
I bet that the oil companies are like all over that place right now.
I'm sure. As oil prices have surged, so too have gasoline prices. U.S. gas prices have risen about 50 cents in a week to $3.48 a gallon, higher than any other point in either of President Donald Trump's terms. How long could this last? The good news? The world has plenty of oil. Well, for now. The world has plenty of oil. And the
Yeah,
world
but
has
then,
plenty less oil than it had when I was first learning about fossil fuels as a kid, and it'll have plenty less oil than right now than when I go into retirement, if I'm allowed to retire, given this economy.
yeah,
So
but third world countries are already getting the impact. So this, when it says the world, it means the first world countries. Because if you look at what's happening in the Philippines or in Chinese towns right now, India, people, there are like what's the name, like quotas on how much you can pick up. And the same goes for gas, not gasoline, but natural gas. And
right.
there's a lot of companies that need it. So the less they have, the more they have to raise the prices, and the whole thing is way more dangerous than what CNN says. Oh, don't worry, the world has plenty of oil.
Right. Of course they're gonna say the world has plenty of oil because they don't want people to panic. They want
Mm-hmm.
people to go, "Oh shit, this like
What
super
do we
limited
do?
this super limited non-renewable resource is getting cut off on the global supply chain, and rather than spending the last 20 or 30 years, which we could have, building up renewable sources of energy that could have insulated us, not entirely, but largely from the effects of this happening, we could have been in that state at this point in time, and this could have had minimal to no actual impact on our society. But no, instead we allowed the fucking rich oil lobbyists to take over the government, and rather than investing in green renewable energy, we've just focused on fossil fuels, and now we're reaping the benefits of it.
And
Congratulations.
let's just steal the oil of the other countries so we can be safe for the future. So let's look at that map. Which
Yeah,
one
here,
has
let
the
me.
most? Okay, Iran. Oh, maybe Venezuela. Okay, let's go Venezuela first,
Right.
and then we go Iran.
I'm going to show your thing now, by the way, Achilles.
Oh, I think. Okay.
It's the Matrix.
Yeah. Okay. So I hope you are watching this show, Redacted.
Oh, Jimmy Tuck's unmuted. I just wanted to give him an opportunity to say something. If you
I
had
was just about to say, "Oh, there's my plea, infinity."
Huh?
And you said the Matrix. So
nice.
You
I imagine you've already checked to make sure it's cool to play this guy's content, Achilles.
Yes, it is, but it's not gonna be him at all. But because this is the previous frame of what he's about to show us,
Oh,
I want to ask if you. I'll take it as an opportunity to ask and to plug his channel and say that every American should subscribe and follow them. I've been following them since they started, and while Biden was in office, I was afraid that when Trump would go in office, they would stop being as good of reporters as they used to, when the left government was up, because I've seen this happening all over the place, right?
Right.
But no, they are as critical of the Trump administration as they were of Biden, and I love them. This guy was working for Fox News until he got fired, and his wife was working for MSNBC. So they're doing a show on their own on YouTube for the past, I don't know, 5 years. So it's called Redacted, and it's a great show. Every American needs to sub. They don't need you guys. They have like 3 million subs, but be part of it. I'm just.
Right.
So yeah, concerning, tell me if you have audio, and you can mute me so you don't have double audio from my microphone.
Sure.
For long-term gain. Watch.
This is a short-term
Yeah, I have audio.
for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain.
with long-term gain. Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers. We may have to deal with that in the short term. Short-term and temporary.
Temporary short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain. Short-term pain. We have to focus on the short-term.
Short-term.
Short-term, 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 and long-term.
Short-term flip. Hopefully this is a short-term pain. Short-term is highly outweighed. Oh, it's convenient that we get this.
I mean,
maybe it's going to be short term.
I mean, it might be. It might be. What kind of pain were they talking about there? Sorry, I forgot. They made it so ambiguous, you know?
Yeah. I mean, we can't even doubt it, right? With so many voices.
I'd love it if one of them just flipped the script and was like, you know what I hope for? I hope for long-term pain. I hope that we suffer as a country because you know what? We've gone awry. It's about time that America reap what it sowed. I'd love it if like Tucker Carlson just got up there one day and just said something like that. That'd be great. All right. Thank you for sharing that, by the way, Achilles.
Have you watched that 1 minute clip, the infamous 1 minute clip of "This is extremely dangerous to our democracy"?
Which one is that?
We gotta show this.
Which one is that? Yeah, I don't know which one you're talking about.
It shows how like the narrative is not.
Oh yeah. Where they all of the different newscasters, they all say the same thing as each other. Yeah.
Which is exactly what we observed again, and it just keeps happening. And I hope at some point some people are gonna wake up to it.
Yeah.
Want me to?
Yeah, you can if you want. I don't have a lot. I don't have a lot of time before I've got to get to work. And I have a few more things that I need to get through, but maybe we could do that next stream. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just I don't have any agenda. I just want people waking up to the people controlling them. So
no, I understand, and I just want to make sure that I have a little bit of time to maybe get a little bit of food. So that
I'll give it in the private chat for you to have it for next time.
Thank you.
This is
Appreciate
extremely
it.
dangerous to our democracy.
Yeah. Moving on to the next thing that was directly related to our previous segment. You know, the craziest thing about the price of oil doubling in 1 week is that Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the craziest thing about oil doubling in 1 week. And, you know, that's the exact mentality that we need to have. It really is. You know, like, for as easy as it is to go, look at the price of gas. He's wrong about the price of gas. Let's just not forget that this guy's in the Epstein file.
Many times.
That's funny.
Many times.
I just noticed something on your thumbnail there. You have the poppies, the memorial poppies.
Yeah, for the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier in Canada. That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, very nice.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Not a lot of people notice that, so I appreciate you taking the time to notice that. That's really nice of you. Anyways, moving on to the next segment that we've got here. We've got mainly video segments coming up for the last bit of this, which is good because I don't have a lot of time. So if we've got commentary we want to add, please feel free to do so, but we'll try to at least get through the video fairly uninterrupted. We've got on this next segment, I don't know if you saw this, Achilles, but Trump said in a recent statement that a 6-year-old girl is of age.
Uh-oh.
He said in a recent statement. So we'll see.
And that's yesterday. That's the statement that he was talking. Everybody was expecting him to talk about the war, and he talked about how great he was for like an hour. Even the news medias were like, okay, we're going to cut the connection right now, but we're going to get back to it in like an hour to hear about it.
Yeah. So let's hear one of the great remarks of the President of the United. This is Trump with Trump, ladies and gentlemen.
The worst.
It's a significantly worse than Trump without Trump. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry, but we have to listen.
Let's go for the gold. Let's not just get one like voter ID, but, it can be given to you by your daughter. Your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old, she's allowed to say.
What in the devil is he talking about?
Shut up, AI voice. I don't need you to freaking commentate on this. I'm way better. What in the devil is he talking about? I am outraged over what I just heard right there. Insert emotion 8492.exe has successfully completed. No, shut up.
Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark.
Yeah, shut the hell up. I got way better commentary than you. You got 6-year-old girls. You know, they're of age. What are they of age for? Well, that's for me to know and for you to find out, folks. I'm not going insane. My dementia's not finally giving way. Don't worry about what I just said right there, folks. It's fine. It's just, once again, one of those casual statements that if any other president make it, they would just totally sink their entire administration. But hey, Trump said it, so it's okay, right? It's perfectly fine. Moving on to our next segment. We have got a... this is, I believe, this is either the 13th. Yeah, I think this is the 13th person that Trump had pardoned or exonerated in some way, shape, or form that has now been tried and convicted for reoffending on other crimes. In this case, those being crimes against children. So, hey, the Trump administration, it loves to protect children until it actively pardons people like this guy in this video.
As to count 1 of life in prison, as to count 2, 15 years, Florida Department of Corrections, as to count 3, 5 years, Florida Department of Corrections, as to count 4, 15 years, Florida Department of Corrections, as to count 5, 15 years, Florida Department of Corrections, and as to count 6, you were found not guilty. And the court finds that you qualify as a sexual predator, and I'm going to designate you as such.
I love you, Zeb. Sorry, Dad. I'm sorry, man.
The sentence.
And in an accompanying video that I have directly related to this issue, we shall see Representative Marc de Saulnier, I think Marc de Saulnier, address this exact topic, unless anybody has anything to interject before I play it.
Only America's finest.
Only the very finest.
They were
truly.
very fine people.
They're the very, when America sends out its predators, they're not sending out their best. They're not sending out their best, folks.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my outrage and ask my colleagues to join me in condemning the consequences of the actions of the president when he pardoned so many of the January 6th convicted individuals. At least 13 individuals have been pardoned by President Trump, have gone on to commit additional crimes, including sexual assault against a minor, and a fatal DUI. Instead of promoting accountability and rehabilitation when possible in our justice system, shouldn't the president and the majority be looking at these pardons and making sure that they accept the consequences of his actions and their actions by ignoring them? I urge my colleagues to join me in condemning the president's unvetted and ill-advised pardons that are leading to repeat events. The Congress should be here to protect innocent Americans, not looking away from the consequences of the president's actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
And, I want to correct something that I said a few streams ago. A few streams ago on, I think it was I'm Streamicus, was when I did my segment on American presidential pardons, which I do need to do a follow-up to. I think it was pretty successful, so I'll definitely try to do a follow-up to that one at some point here when I've got the time. But suffice it to say that on that segment, I said that there was 7 people that had been pardoned by Trump that went on to reoffend and commit other crimes. Apparently I was wrong. Apparently it's almost twice that number. So my bad. I'll retract my statement. It's not 7 people. It's actually 13 people that have gone on to commit other crimes and be convicted of them that Trump is.
They were good people.
They're good people, Achilles. They're the very finest. I'm gonna pardon them again in 2028. Don't you worry, Achilles. I'm gonna pardon them again. God, what a nightmare. Anyways, we have a coverage on the Parallel Truth, which I covered one of their videos on the last stream. Great, another great alternative media source that people should go check out. They have really good content. But this covers a issue that's currently going on with BlackRock. Let's take a look.
Something extremely unusual just happened in the financial world, and this is making many people wonder if we are in a black swan territory. A black swan is a sudden financial shock that can crash markets extremely fast, like literally in seconds. And the reason people are asking this question is because BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, has restricted withdrawals, blocking around $26 billion from being pulled out by investors. Now you might be thinking, to hell with BlackRock and similar big corporations, but here is the problem. BlackRock is not just another investment firm. It owns or invests in thousands of companies across the world. Energy companies, tech firms, banks, manufacturing companies, even businesses connected to your local economy. So if they crash, so does your local gas station. So does all the companies they own, which is like our world right now. And here is what made investors nervous. Investors tried to withdraw about 9% of their money from the fund, but BlackRock stopped them. In simple terms, people asked for their money back, and the answer was no. When that happens in finance, it raises a big question. Is there simply not enough liquidity, or is something deeper happening inside the financial system? At the same time, the global economy is already under pressure. Oil prices are rising because of tensions in the Middle East. Wars are shaking energy markets. Artificial intelligence is beginning to disrupt jobs in many industries, and interest rates are still high, making borrowing more expensive. Now imagine all of that happening while one of the largest financial institutions in the world tells investors they cannot withdraw their money. For many analysts, that is a warning sign. Because when liquidity starts disappearing in large financial systems, panic can spread very quickly. And sometimes, the biggest financial shocks begin with small cracks that most people barely notice.
Which is almost always the case when it comes to these major financial crises. Now, hopefully, it's not the case that the liquidity is not there and there's just other extenuating circumstances that we don't know about, because there's one thing that we know that causes these events, like in Black Tuesday that accompanied the Great Depression. The thing that directly preceded Black Tuesday was the biggest bank run in American history. And for those that are unaware, a bank run is when a large group of people go to a bank and they try to withdraw their money, and more money is asked to be withdrawn than is available within the bank. And the bank is forced to tell people that we don't have money for you to withdraw, even though you gave your money to us, because we spent and invested more of your money than we have available to us. And the very same scenario could be the case regarding BlackRock here. Now, hopefully not, because like it said, BlackRock has ownership in a lot of different industries, and the hurt will come to a lot of different people if that were to happen.
They're a giant.
Yeah, they're a private equity firm.
Correct.
More so than an investment portfolio, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that is true. Yes, and the amount of the amount of things within their investment portfolio, though, is sufficient to the point where that confusion is understandable for a lot of people to have, because it is absolutely gargantuan, as stated in that video. Even just in the American context, the amount of housing and real estate that BlackRock owns right now is massive. And the question becomes, if they go bankrupt, well, who does all of those homes go to at that point? And all of a sudden, millions of American families' lives are just kind of in limbo as that's decided by external factors not in their control. So the hope is that there isn't a almost corporate level bank run about to occur, but only time will tell as far as whether or not that's the case. Anyways, I want to move on to the final segment that I had today, and that is just a general PSA for Americans that was put out regarding ICE that I wanted to share with any Americans that might be in the audience.
This is coming to a city near you. ICE launched Operation Catch of the Day. It's exactly what it sounds like. Now that we're all terrified, this is what you do when you encounter ICE. First, ICE cannot enter private spaces, like your home, schools, or your place of work. For example, if you're at a restaurant or store and you see ICE, they can enter into the public areas of that business. They cannot go into the workers' areas, behind the counter, into the offices. And if they try to enter these private spaces, they have to have a judicial warrant. But the catch is, ICE is legally allowed to lie to you. They might show you a document that looks like this, but don't be fooled. If it is not a judicial warrant, you have no reason to give in. And if they don't have a judicial warrant, you have every right to say, I do not consent to entry. You have the right to remain silent. And if you do get arrested, you are totally within your rights to repeatedly ask them, am I free to go? And you are legally allowed to film ICE, just as long as you don't physically interfere with their arrest. The important thing is to remain calm. Do not give them any other reason to arrest you.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that as a general PSA to anybody in the audience who might not be aware of that. Geez, we've been going for quite some time, over 5 hours at this point, getting closer to the 5.5 hour mark at this point. So I think I'm gonna kind of close things off at this point and allow everybody closing statements if they want to make them. We'll go down the line here. Peter, do you have anything you'd like to say in closing, given the fact that you haven't had much to say in the stream? I think it's only appropriate.
This has been the worst movie I've ever seen. You don't even put me full screen.
All right. I'm sorry.
I've been sitting here. There we go.
What do you mean you've been sitting here? I don't see nobody.
I've been sitting here waiting for the stupid frog that never comes. Well, okay. I mean, what are you even doing? What are you even doing with the frog? It's Rabbit the Frog with the Muppet Show, yeah!
That's funny.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny indeed. Peter, thank you. Thank you for that closing statement.
Let me get the stage lights.
He's got stage lights and everything. Look at that. Look at that, everybody.
Everything.
Say goodbye to Peter.
Applause.
Take a bow, Peter. Take a bow, please. Take a bow. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you for your closing statement, my friend. Achilles, do you have any closing
I had something else, but it's still rendering, I think. Hold on. No,
for me.
hold on.
I'm good.
I have something else. Do Achilles and then come back to me real quick. You'll like it.
I got nothing to add. I think it was a great show. Nothing to add, man. Glad to be part of it.
Absolutely. Well, Tux TV, Jimmy Tux himself, as your first appearance on the show, I will also give you the honor of having the last word on this broadcast. What say you, Jimmy
thank
Tux
you.
TV?
I just really came on to play back what the mic sounds like and see if there's any tweaks that I can do. And I'm glad I joined just for the Poppy compliment, Poppy Memorial compliment on your that nobody else seems to have noticed.
Exactly. Much obliged for that, like I said. And glad to hear that your mic is working well as well.
Yeah. I hope it sounds good in
Hey,
Foreverland.
Lyndon, are you supposed to lie on this show?
Peter, I told him that he
you're
has.
lying.
You know what, Peter? I said that he has the honor of having the last word. And what does he do? What does he do, ladies? He makes it all about himself. We're not having you here, Peter. The agitators that are trying to take over the stream. I'm not having it, Peter. I'm not having it. Please go ahead, Mr. Tux. Final remarks.
I may go live tonight, actually, and you're more than welcome to join me if I do end up going. We're supposed to have storms of biblical proportions in the Chicagoland area. So, yeah.
Well, that'll be
is it a
interesting.
physical storm or you're talking about something else?
Or
It's gonna be real.
It's wintry. I think the jet stream's bringing a winter and a spring warmth mix that could give some pretty nasty hail and potential tornadoes. So
wow.
Okay.
So it was
Well,
good in knowing y'all.
Yeah, no kidding. Best of luck, man. Seriously.
What's your channel, my friend?
At Jimmy Tux TV.
Yeah.
Okay.
On
Here,
the
let me-
YouTubes.
hold on. He was in the chat. I'm gonna link him in my side chat here, just so that he gets a proper shout out. Here, up here. So he's up in the chat, but I can't find. Oh, he's right here, folks. I managed to find the link.
What is your show about? Is it a political
It's
commentary?
atheist, mainly atheist. The last thing that I did was made a movie dedicated to my 11-year-old self. As
Okay.
if I could go back in time and basically give the
Yeah,
facts
we
of
all want
atheism.
that.
Yeah, and it's very very cathartic.
I read somewhere yesterday, really, experience is like a hairbrush that you receive when you're now bald.
Yes, that is exactly what I did. I'm now bald, and I had beautiful hair back then, and I don't miss the hair, and I wish I had the knowledge that I have now back then.
Yeah, that's how experience is.
Thank you for the imagery for the end of the stream, Peter. Just the
That's
White
funny.
House in flames. Thank you,
It's,
Peter. That's definitely not going to trigger everybody.
That's why I was so quiet during the show. I was making that.
You were making that. the entire- Yeah.
Yes.
No.
All right.
You don't
Jimmy-
believe that I made that.
Wait,
I never said that. All right, you're both getting muted. They're getting out of control. Achilles is starting to adapt to the horrible leftist tendencies that Peter brings to the show. Jimmy, thank you for being here, my friend.
Thank you.
And thank you to everybody else that have been here as well. I'm closing down the show. Have a good one, guys.
Peace.
Bow-tie bless.
I noticed the poppies.
Always getting the last word in, Peter. Have a good one, folks.